Hey guys, sorry. All right. Ding ding. So shares returned. I don't know if you guys read the daily, but shares returned overnight are not super indicative of a lot of positive price action today, but we'll see what happens. Like I said, we're likely moving into a period of consolidation after that big run up. A lot of you know options positions opened yesterday, but also a lot closed after the halt. So as longs reposition, there may be a period of at least sideways trading. Did you sleep at all? Yeah, I actually slept pretty well. I was just a little bit behind on my work this morning. I was trying to find information on something, specifically looking up FINRA Rule 6120, so I didn't have to hear allegations of criminality all day. Thanks. Thank you, guys. Fender Rule 69. Yeah, XRT is still on the threshold list. So I don't think it's not really that the rally's over, right? Because I don't think it is. I think we'll continue to see a rally. The fuck? That's odd. Jesus Christ. Pushing for 180. Cat looking great again this morning, by the way. If anybody got back in that yesterday on the dip. Nice. Um One of our longer term plays, X, is falling off a little bit. Be cautious on this one. I know a lot of you probably entered around the time I did, here in like the $32 range. Um, just be careful, because as the peace negotiations are, being considered in between Russia and Ukraine, this could fall off. It did already a little bit just on the news. But there's still going to be supply constraints, so I don't think it's going to fall off completely. It's going to continue to climb, especially if there's broader economic issues. um but just keep an eye on it, because it is like a much longer term position, but watch it closely right now. I think that's about all I wanted to address this morning. Clever. I don't know what the fuck's going on over there. They're the Bills today. I want to pick up some more of those. How's your O REITs? I haven't checked the price on it in a long time. Um, Shooting up this morning. Been climbing. Yeah, it's been recovering really nicely from the last dip. I think I have an automatic order placed, so I probably bought something in here. Um, but it's looking good. GDS dividend today? It is, right? I don't know how much of an effect that's gonna have. They'll probably just pay it. It's not super expensive. And while they are very short DDS, being very short DDS does not account for a lot of shares, right? Like 50% reported SI, and then, you know, probably means that in reality it's only like 5 million shares. Their free float's not very big. GME hasn't hit the peak for this run up, isn't it? It might have. It's not Clover. CLVR is Clever. They're I think they're a pot company. Like they grow marijuana or something. Oh, I wanted to pick up some more leaps on that today. Create new order. Strikes. Nope. Didn't fill. One of them will fill. All right, 1 second. Jimmy's very low volume this morning, yeah. Remember, if their goal is to crush IV. 1 second. I'm just trying to see if I pick up the rest of the position over here or not. Yeah, 800,000 volume first. Well, it's only been 9 minutes. It's not actually that bad. It's a little lower than yesterday, obviously, but yeah, I would call Fidelity and find out why your contracts aren't tracking with the price. I bought a 110 call, so I can't get IV crushed. Hedge that, Kenny. It's the date you buy the call on. If you buy options far enough out, like out here, IV is significantly lower. Still really high, but much lower. If you bought Jan 24 options, it's probably even less. Yeah. What's up with the order book? I've never seen buy side so stacked. Like I said, if we are entering a period of consolidation, and this is following Wyckoff patterns, right? We can expect two things. We can expect short vol to reposition, right? And so we're going to see slow declining price action as they attempt to crush IV and bring the price down. And we can expect long positions to be actively entering during that period. So it's essentially another phase of accumulation. You know what? Here, I'll just show you guys one more time. Out here on, let's see, let's look at like the 15-minute. And we look very much on track. Here we go. So I was kind of looking over this a bit this morning, and you know, this may have just been like a volatility test of the low. But I do think that this seems to indicate, we're coming. This was probably our SOS. It doesn't look like we're going to rally higher. We could, but it doesn't look like it right now. Straight declining price action from here. So it's likely that we'll continue to decline back to that low over the course of today. And that's in like the 164 range. And then hopefully we'll see long pressure build and we'll move up maybe back to that 193 test that we saw yesterday on that second period of volatility that we saw spike right here before we dropped into close. And then obviously that channel should narrow as this this consolidation period continues. And you can kind of ignore the date here. This is, I believe, April 11th. To the line. I don't think that's necessary. April 12th. I don't think that's necessarily accurate. This can be faster or slower. So the length of time isn't so relevant as much as the price action is. Yeah, don't worry about the dates because it's price analysis, not date analysis. So you want to see multiple low high tests is what you're actually looking for. You're not looking for the length of time that will take because that will be volume dependent. Our SOS was actually 448,000. I mean, but it wasn't. Oh man, I got options. Seriously? Yeah, I guess I'm not getting any more of those. I want to cut my gains in the position. Oh, there we go. Considering news, RC buy-in, NFT beta. No, it doesn't ignore those. It doesn't ignore those at all. That's what Wyckoff should be tracking. Is increased institutional interest in GameStop. How can I look at IV on TradingView? Is there a favorite indicator for it you have? None of them are very accurate. You can look at IV30 on probably like bar chart or something like that. That's a much better assessment of the current implied volatility. Care to look at MVIS? Bag holding since last year when Trades told me it was gold. It's not. It looks like it finally broke out of this, broke to like an upper trend, but that upper trend failed. So I don't think I did a very accurate analysis on this, but I would say if it finds support, it's going to find it right there, kind of where it's trading, before it can move up further. The reversal looks good though. It's kind of in line with its previous resistance here. At $5. Makes sense. So it might trade some volume down to that trend, but it looks good. It broke into a higher trend, which is bullish. Maybe some increased growth. Rough. Do you agree with Dave Lauer's findings regarding yesterday's halt? I have not seen them. What did he say? It's worth recommending the paper you linked in your Wyckoff DD from last month. It uses Apple as an example and is manageable for a smooth brain. I can testify. Yeah, if you guys want, check out my DD Wyking off for OPEX. I put a link in there for a paper on Wyckoff theory, and it's pretty simple to understand. So is it currently a terrible time to sell CCs above 200? No, probably not. I wouldn't sell them out very far because those rallies back can be volatile. Ceilings seem to be declining. That's possible. I don't think so, but sure. You're not basing it off of the relevant, like the relative base price. Our move in November, was $50 ish over several days. This move was, over 100. So the like, there's not like a margin call based on the spot price. It'd be based on the increase in the value of the underlying, which was significantly more this time than the previous cycle. Yeah, some trades cleared at 275, I saw. So that just means the clearinghouse allowed 275 to hit, and then the next order in line was like 400,000, and they cut it off. I would say I have about 15% of my BBBY position in leaps. I closed much of my August position on the rally yesterday. I'll look for it to kind of consolidate a bit, and then I'll probably buy back into that August position and maybe add some more leaps. So even with the FTDs, we're still dipping. I mean, the dip is generally part of covering the FTDs. So, I don't know if we'll have enough data yet, but they usually buy out of the money puts and then short the opening into those, and then they use that market maker hedge for the rest of the day while they cover FTDs in a low channel. We'll see. This reversal's not bad. You talk about Docu. Flip what? I missed a donation. I'm sorry. Was it in YouTube or? I apologize. Uh, Given this model for price movement, when would be the most advantageous time to get back in the next low test? Actually, usually because of the declining IV, show you guys again. Usually because of the declining IV, generally this will be the lower, like the lower, like this won't rally IV as much as this did, right? And so usually like if IV declines into this test and then we move up again, this will spike IV. So yeah, at the bottoms, it's hard to say. Usually this one's the lowest entry point before the next rally, but this one can be too. And also it depends if these can drag on, right? Like you can have more of them depending on volume and interest, right? So this isn't necessarily just like 3 peaks. And if it does drag on, you know, you can get cheaper prices further out as well. How are you gonna play the Bye Bye Baby BBBY split? Is that really a guarantee yet? Talk about Docu. Docu's just like consolidating a little today, I think. It rallied pretty hard yesterday. The low today was a little higher. I'm not super concerned. I'm in at 109.50. I think it's very easily could have just another test before moving up. This is a pretty firm resistance here at like 111. So a rejection's not that big of a deal. It hasn't hit my risk, so I'm not really concerned. My risk at 107, by the way. 169.50 for GameStop, finding a little bit of a floor. Hitting maybe a higher low, which could be good. And just the same way that you're thinking psychologically about re-entering GameStop for future price improvement. That is the exact thought that Wyckoff is based off of. You know, you took profits at the peak and now you want to re-enter and see continued growth stock. It is that greed and that interest which drives the following phase. And overcapitalization, right? Because if you were in at the bottom, then you're way the fuck up. So then you have more money to buy back into the next rally. That's why the next rally is so much bigger. It's pretty logical if you think about it. Do you think institutions buying into positions could be part of the reason for the increased borrowable shares? It could be, yeah. How much give is there on the bottom of the Wyckoff consolidation? Not a lot. Generally the lows are higher. So you have a symmetric consolidation where you have from your rally point you have higher lows and lower highs. I mean, if you rolled them when IV was way up, you're still super profitable, right? BBBY off a cliff. Yeah, I think so. Most part. But they could just be smashing it down before they have to cover FTDs on it. Well, we should be getting the FTD report soon. And this isn't really off a cliff if you consider that it's trading significantly higher than it was just a couple days ago. You know, we were still down just a few days ago, we were still down in the $20 range. So this is a significant price improvement. And a continuation of this uptrend, which is actually much lower because, you know, volatility kind of lifted us up off of it. But if we go from our low here, so I think BBBY is fine. Just some consolidation after this test. And actually maybe nearing a breakout in the next few days. We'll see if it recovers and starts to push up and back into this $28 resistance. Super chatted you. I'm sorry, Trina. I'm explaining shit and I'm missing everybody. Morning, Gurk. What is a good entry to pick up some Google? Oh, give me a second on that because I actually to reposition my Google today, I think. What's your PT for CLVR? Oh, I think it can hit like $5. Maybe. We'll see. If the bill passes, it's just gonna run, right? There's like $5 is a pretty hard resistance. It's right about here. But realistically, I mean, if it rallies hard enough, see if I can see this on the 4-hour. There's potential for like up to 8. For like a full recovery. They're a little better positioned post legalization than a lot of other companies because they deal more with like industrial manufacturing and farming, like large scale grow operations, and so industrial grow operations, and so they may actually have a little more value than companies like Tilray or what's that other shitty one, Sundial. Less interest but more value. Are you for any reason not thinking that we'll begin absolutely nuking GME again, just like after November's peak? I got massively burned buying more on the dip in the 160s for months. I mean, it's possible, right? Like, it's something you have to be wary of. Don't buy anything near term till we can confirm a floor. That would be what I would probably be trying to do. Down 25% on my July 200 Cs. You recommend holding? I don't love it, no. I mean, I got stopped out of all my options yesterday. Don't bag hold your options so long that you don't realize profits. It's a mistake people make time and time again, waiting for, you know, MOASS. Good price to buy shares on Google. I'm checking, Trina. So Google's still kind of climbing. I'm gonna sell some CSPs right here at like 28, I think, today. Yeah, like 28. Will probably avoid assignment in the near term. The current price isn't terrible. It's not great, but it's not terrible either. I think it could go, it can climb higher. So 2800's not a bad deal. Remember though that that's going to be splitting like 20 to 1. Failure to deliver on. Oh. Cycles, do you think it could take them to clear GME FTDs? I don't think that's really what they're doing with the cycles. They're just running the cycles because it makes them a shitload of money. SS is an absolute mess this morning. Lots of brigading. What did you get banned for again? What are they brigading? They're all fucking fired up about some bullshit. Thanks, Secure. Yeah, that seems to be about accurate. Flowers comment. Are you expecting for BBBY near-term price action? I think it's gonna consolidate back to that like long-term trend, and then probably rally a little bit. See if it holds it, right? That's important. Jimmy's looking okay. It's not looking good, and we're still down % from yesterday's close. But remember, lower high, or higher low, right? So again, I'll direct you to the Wyckoff chart. You know, we expect this price action to consolidate, right? And so if it's really, it could be consolidating in a much faster channel. And it's possible that it occurs. I mean, this is more of a technical analysis of this price action, but it's possible that it could occur within this range, right? Wyckoff can be very accelerated too. Is he distracted buying GME? Seems I missed an entry on Cat. Thoughts on entering now or chasey? Little chasey as it approaches that test because it can be rejected, right? It may already have been rejected. It's hard for it to break this level. This is a like new valuation standard, but it's good that it's tested a second time. It's consolidating here. I guess if it breaks above VWAP, that could be an entry, but you know, you're playing the upside of that trend, which is up here. Here, let me pull it up one more. So you're playing the upside of this trend, right? Which is, I mean, the rally's strong. It needs to break 225.91. And then you're playing this range from 225 to 240. So you'd want to give yourself a lot of time as it hasn't broken out of this channel. Well, since it hasn't had a valuation that high since June, or yeah, June of 21 when we started trading it. So I'd be careful with that. I would definitely give myself time, but I mean that's also the play I'm in right now. I entered it 220, 225, looking for this move, but I expect it to occur maybe even as late as August. So be prepared to either roll or be prepared to buy something far dated. It's a solid move. I mean, very profitable, but it takes some time. How the fuck is XRT still on threshold? Still fails in excess of whatever amount. Also, I'm not sure how the settlement works on XRT with threshold delaying everything. Like the rebalance. I'm not sure if threshold delays that in any way. When it comes to breakout phase E and Wyckoff, I mean they're still just accumulating FTDs on it, right? So I guess as long as they continue to do that, then it's gonna just stay on reg show. And maybe they cleared out the old FTDs and just created new ones. Is there anything that dictates the final price, or is that limitless? Oh, that's much harder to predict. Because it's breaking out after in phase E, it's moving to new levels of valuation, and so there's really no way to determine how high that will go. People try, but it's always inaccurate. Can you make money before buying puts before the split, or is that priced in? How would you make money buying puts before the split? You do know a split doesn't change the price of the stock, right? It just changes the number of shares. And usually it causes a rally afterwards. So buying puts is usually not a great idea. Uh Jay, so you got stopped out of your GME June calls. What price point are you looking for re-entry? Just buying back Junes with profit? I don't know if I'll buy back Junes. I might look a little later, maybe July. But I'll be waiting for consolidation and IV to drop. IV's still really high right now. Like the 147 closed yesterday for the IV 30. Probably a little lower now, but higher than I want to buy GameStop options at. So unless I was buying them for leaps, I might buy leaps. I might pick up some. I have some money to do it, so leaps aren't terribly priced. Also, IV around 108 on those, 101 if you go Jan 2024. They were fired up that MOASS was yesterday because we saw a spread all the way up to 400K or some crazy number. But we didn't because it halted. That was that. CC's safe for April 1st or more VUPs to go? I mean, we can trade to the upside of this channel, right? Which is 200. But CC's above 200 are safer right now. I sold some more this morning. Um, at like 200, 220, and 250. That's the spread. I'm kind of locked in. I'm not selling a lot at 200 because I want to be very ready to hedge those. But I'm doing like a 1-4-10 split. I should do like 1-4-8. I like that better. Let's see trading view. Oh, which Which one? I'm starting to break out phase E Wyckoff. Is there anything that yeah, it's limitless. Opinion on 800 borrowable shares? Too expensive for them to borrow? Yeah, I mean they're still expensive to borrow, but they will, right? They'll borrow them intraday because they don't care. That's an overnight rate. As long as they return them before the end of the day, they don't pay that fee, right? So they'll use those shares intraday to stabilize price action. I think GME is about to squeeze. I mean, Wyckoff like phase E shift also can be an indicator of a short squeeze. Because shorts are underwater now significantly, right? People shorting at $78 are now, you know, way the fuck underwater. So something to consider. And then as that moves up, it's likely that margin calls occur. Hey, Girk, you mentioned every trader has a crux, greed being one of them. You've also mentioned that you learned to deal with that. How do you handle greed with stop losses, etc.? Yeah, uh, I don't really get very exuberant, if you haven't noticed. So that helps a lot. I know that's not the case for everybody. So yeah, stop losses are a very good way to manage greed. Having a plan is the best way to manage that. Knowing when you're okay with taking money out, knowing when you've, profited off of your investment enough that, you're satisfied with the returns. And, a lot of people up at points during this run, 10x, 20x, 40x if you were out of the money. And that's a lot of fucking money to make on a run, right? Like stocks don't run $100 every day. Even less do you know that they're gonna, right? And so I hope everybody made a lot of money. I know that's can't always be the case, right? But I think people were pretty successful with this run and managing that greed, and options are now cheaper than they were at the peak, right? So it's a big part of that is knowing when to buy back into a position. It's almost as important as like when to cut a loss and then buy back in later if you're still interested in the stock is just as valuable as being long it, right? If you cut a loser, uh like say you cut your options on GME yesterday morning at like 198, right? And then you bought back into those same options today around 175. I mean, this savings is also profit, right? If you're going to re-enter. When bolometer is negative, do you sell? It doesn't have a negative rate. It's just a joke. What do you factor in crime? How do you factor crime into your trading strategies? I don't. Do you think the Wyckoff pattern will play out before 5/20/20? There's no way to tell. It is a price analysis. It's not based on time. Accumulation periods can take years. Um, these phases can take months. There's no way to tell. We have to simply watch price action. If we see lower highs and higher lows, then the consolidation point will be obvious. Pushing back up towards 180 now. That's good. Stop shilling Secret Lab. I'm reporting you to the SEC. You wouldn't be the first. Do you have any positions in Baba? I do. I have 105s, 110s, 115s and 120s. I think it looks good. 125 is my price target. You think CLVR is going to go higher? If the bill passes, yeah. I don't know what time the vote is today. Maybe someone can look. Is this an inverse Head and Shoulders? It's a shoulder. I can see why they banned you from SS. Way too logical. Didn't sell before the halt and get out around 170s. The price action now is close to buying back in, where I was weighing between buying back with a minimal profit or waiting for it to dip to 160, 150 and risk missing the boat. Do you think we'll drop below 170? I mean, we did yesterday, and we also dropped below 170 today. Part of the problem with managing options positions is you need to be watching, right? Because you need to catch these when they occur. If you miss out on them, you know you've missed out on them, and you know at this point, right? Buying in now is essentially chasing. It's on NSCC 010 getting canceled. I didn't see that. Different risk in the market. Maybe I was concerned with it any. Yeah, I know it's not the final vote. But I'm just playing like the rally, right? The speculation, not the. And I'm up 20% on the position I entered this morning, which is a solid return. Why are you so bearish all the time? I'm not. Because being bullish and being bearish is it's a it's just there's money to be made both ways, right? Why lock yourself into one? What do you look for to identify those bottoms? I mean, this one was pretty obvious, right? We hit 168, we had higher lows. Like even an entry here would have been very profitable, right? But consolidation, the breakout was pretty obvious. I mean, obviously the breakout carried higher, which is very bullish, but um wait, you research things you don't understand instead of blaming it on crime. I get why SS banned you. They're taking the spy to stop running again. Oh Jesus. 15.6 borrow rate. That's a big drop. Gotta say, Wyckoff accumulation paired with RC's buying and EMA gold crosses starting to form. Push as fuck on longer term trends starting. Which would be odd, right? GME's never really had a bull trend. Not since most of us have owned it. We've gone straight up and then straight down, but not a lot of continued price improvement. I don't know how you could be considered bearish given that you spent day after day over the past year running this stream through the best of times and the worst of times. I think that the word people are looking for is realistic. Thanks, Cage. Because I think a lot of the stuff they push and like the psychological hangups that they build for themselves over there are actually FUD. They actually hurt people. If you guys can, drop a like. It's a big help. Breaking 180. That's very good. Are we going to regain our trend? What time frame did I place that on? Was that on the 1 hour? This consolidation isn't even bad. I would have hoped to have broken out a little sooner than this, but $3 million. What's XRT doing? Back down. Curious. Are out of the money calls and puts better for playing IV than in the money? Yeah, because IV, there's like sometimes it's referred to as the IV smile. This is at the money, and IV is higher on either end of the call chain, right? So this is out of the money. This is deep in the money. And so IV's the lowest at the money. CLVR cleared 3. Awesome. Dillis Capital, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll add you to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon
CLVR, I'm up 30% of my options. All hail Pickle King. Thanks, Paul.
Might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn cold. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
All of the SS chat yesterday was how MOASS had been canceled by crime. Jesus. Could this be that we're doing the higher lows and lower highs far quicker than we assumed? It appears that way in my view. I mean, based on our current, so I drew that earlier over here. Based on our current trend, right, if these are our lower lows, then our consolidation is peaking like near April 1st. There's a fucking triangle, Ryan, right here. Big triangle. And it could even stay in like the more volume supported range, which would be there, which is even sooner. That's tomorrow. But that breakout may not be higher than 192, right? So like even if this like wedge breaks out, right, it may just break out to here and then, you know, stabilize again. Do you expect or hope BBBY breaks 30? It's still kind of consolidating a lot right now, isn't it? I think it can come back down to about 25-ish, 24.98. So I think it can go down a little bit more. This looks good. I think GME is being traded on the level by hedge funds. You seem to take all the moves as natural. I mean, I think I have a fairly good understanding of what drives GME price movement, so that helps. Do you not buy back a CC? Yeah, you can. Especially if it's in the money. Ooh. Some serious shorting. For 2069. Nice. No, I didn't read Pone's post. Are we still thinking this is still Gex from last week or something else driving buy pressure? I think we have institutional interest in GameStop, a user. That's pretty clear at this point. Shit. How can I tell best value options? Do I go by delta or open interest or value? You can go by delta and you can look for deals in the options chain. I don't know what you mean by best value. Like, that's all relative to the price change you expect. You can look at block orders over the last 10 days, Z-Man. Our price action significantly in excess of previous OPEX runs, like more than double. That didn't happen. Just look at the billions of dollars in the call chain a day. That's not fucking retail. 177.50 support. Maybe it's more this line here. At like 177.14. IBK our bar rate down to 15.6. Sure, this buying pressure is from RC's 100K rebuy, because of DRS and make believe. I would be very cautious entering options positions today. If I were entering them, I would be entering them for far later in the year. Unless I was just trading them. Daddy's little nut meat. We just came off of an insane rally. This is just the day after, right? Ivy's through the roof. Call options purchased right now are pretty high risk. 1 second. How can they short when it's not an uptick whilst on SSR? For bona fide market making and ETF creation? Fuck. That's annoying. What price point do you think institutions want GME to hit to justify their interest? I mean, a lot of institutions bought GameStop at like 225, right? You think some institutions value GME at $1,200 a share? No. No, they did care when we were 80. That's what causes the spring and the test of Wyckoff accumulation is institutions very much did care when we were 80. That's why our volume was so high. Our volume went from like an average of like 1 million a day back in like November and December, say like 3 to 5 million a day all through January and February and early March. That's institutions loading up. When I first started writing that DD, I was like, when did I write Wyckoff for OPEX? That's when institutional buying had begun occurring. And it had become obvious. CLVR is having a nice little run. It'll probably continue to run until the bill's voted on. Any chance we see 165 today? Sure. Didn't we? What did we hit? 168.19. It's possible. How can institutions load up, i.e. high volume, and the price still declined earlier this month? That's when they load up. They buy in slow, so in order to not move the price. Have you done a valuation on GME lately? Not super recently, no. I mean, nothing's really changed since I last did one, though. Looking for is like the low range is like 60 to 80. High range like 120 if you price in like retail speculation. I'm perfectly collected today. It could drop after the bill. I mean, if the bill passes, it'll probably keep climbing, which the bill probably will. The tax revenue is insane. Sell my April 14th 270C. I don't know. Do whatever the fuck you want with it. What time do they vote on it? Not having much luck finding out. Not as much volume before. I think we'd probably go lower by end of day. It's possible. Although this current trend is not weakening. I mean, it's staying stable here at our like weighted view up. I think we might get a little rally. What time is it? 10:43. Credit right now. Update Reddit. Sec. Ooh. Usually about 10% Satnam. Bull flag on the 10-minute. It failed. On the 10-minute. You talking about this? I don't really call that a bull flag. A weird time frame to look at. Why 10? This is just going to drag out, I think. It's consolidation. I'm going to wait for a higher test. When a stock is halted, does it halt for dark pools too, or just for retail? It halts everywhere. Any thoughts on the SPY this week? I recall you saying a break above 160, 460 should be full bull. It's stabilizing after it broke 460 yesterday. So expect it to chop around this resistance for probably most of the day, honestly. What's your average price for BBBY? It's now down to 23.40, I believe. 23.32. So I've been getting it down with covered calls. It's slow. Their pickle in my jar has become a Long Johnson. Thank you, Cage. I don't think that's how it works. Think about selling CSPs on BBBY. It's not bad. So premiums on CCs get applied to the cost basis. It depends on your brokerage. But yeah, they should. What's the best way to get a Lambo? MOASS or playing cycles, GME cycles with options? I mean, historically, CLVR is looking. Failed to test at 3, which is to be expected. See where it recovers. Got some room to the side, so volume's high. This company only has a free float of 24 million shares. It's interesting. It depends on the brokerage. Some brokerages will track your covered calls against your cost basis, some won't. If I have a deep in the money call, do you think it's better just to still them outright or just sell a call against them for some premium? It's up to you. How deep in the money? It depends on the brokerage. Some of them track your cost basis, your CCs against your cost basis. WeBull does. I know that. I think IBKR does as well. I don't really have a lot of stocks in IBKR, but do you still have March calls? I've had March calls since February. Flower said GME's on SSR. Yeah, it is. We already dropped to the 160s earlier today. I don't really think the halt was all that fucky. It'd be super dope if the clearinghouse and like just let us gap up to 400,000. I'd be down. What are these ultra fun new sounds? I have no idea what the fuck that was, honestly. Streamlabs. I don't know what it was. Twitch alert? But why would I hear that on this stream? Huh. I don't even have Streamlabs. Nobody, I don't think any orders filled at 400,000. If it did get up to 500k, what would the barometer go to? I'd turn the fucking stream off. How have I only been a member for 7 months when my pregnancy already came to term? It says 11, JFresh. 11 months membership. Thank you, by the way. I won't tell Ginger Balls that you've been stealing his DD and saying it's yours. Why is everyone trying to trade cat in the short term? You're just gonna lose money. Do you still have the browser source in your OBS? For Twitch? Maybe. I think I need to use a different program for the Twitch stream. What program do you recommend for investing that has the Polish language? I have no idea. Did you hear your OnlyFans alert earlier? No, I ignore those. It's part of the FinDom that people pay for. It's Dillionaire Courtney. What will be the first couple things you do once MOASS hits? Open up all my brokerage accounts. There are no CLVR 510s. What do you think of getting a put? Like, this doesn't look good, but I don't know how far we're gonna drop. Expecting more price action from XRT. Possibly. What the fuck is happening? Why is it doing that? Let me mute all of this. Get it? Bye bye BBBY. Yeah, but it's not really trading any volume down here. Super concerned. I should probably buy my calls back though. They're low. Hmm. Bob. You are without a doubt the worst streamer of all time. I love it. Yeah, I really am. Can we see your pickles? I don't know. Can you? SS is the equivalent of Andy from Shawshank crawling through the sewer pipe of 3 months of price downs, only to emerge at the end screaming crime at the storm and then pooping themselves. You say BBY will probably come back down to its long-term trend. What is that price range exactly? Are the days of loading up at 20 most likely gone? It's possible, yeah. That doesn't mean you can't get your cost basis down to 20. GameStop have 177.50s? Does. Volatility spikes aren't as great. When do you expect any movement from quarterly options expiration tomorrow? Why tomorrow? Today would be the last day from the March 18. What we're talking about? Or from quarterly options tomorrow. You got FTDs from Feb? Some of those are due today. Motherfucker, man. There's no buy volume today. High bounce. Wall Street Bets is probably already out of their weeklies. I assume you mean FTDs. When will you buy back your BBBY CCs? I already bought them back. I bought them back and I sold a $25 CSP. What program are you using? This is WeBull. Breakout. They should be bullish. Well, a little bullish. I've been a member for 2 days, but watching you for months, and thank you for all you do. So level-headed, got me through all them big downtimes. Thank you. Thanks, Liquid Miner. You're welcome, man. Hey, did the thing. Do you still profit when you buy back a CC? Yeah, if the premium's lower when you buy it back than when you sold it. So, like, you know, if you sell it and the premium's, say, 3.0, and when you buy it back, the premium's 1.5, you know, you net 1.5. I just want to say thank you, and I truly appreciate you for doing this on the daily and educating the masses. Much respect. Thank you, Boxum. I appreciate it, man. Your Elden Ring looked different last night than what I was used to. Dick. Fucking Christ, man. Air low, come on. My pressure is like gone. This is breaking down. Probably back down to here at like 73. Is it a good day to buy more? I think we're gonna dip a bit right now. Spy dead? Why do I not believe? Spy down 50 cents? It's 173 for everyone who's scared. Consolidation's usually lower volume. News for the market to go down? It's in a weird place, so I don't really know if there needs to be to prompt a sell off. Yeah, I saw the Lowry tweet. Need to hold at 174, F 173. What's the next expected cycle date? On for a while. Sorry if you went over this. I mean, the next OPEXs, but we have to see if this accumulation is going to play out in the short term. Drop fits Wyckoff, yes? Yeah. Fix plays? I don't think the spy's gonna fall that hard. Unless there was some big news. There's a lot of economic data coming out this month, though, so spy puts may not be the worst. So probably a resistance right around this point. Next big resistance is 457.17. Netflix is having a rough day. I got stopped out, luckily with a profit. Thanks for all the information you share. I've been most profitable after starting to watch your stream. That's awesome, man. Your JP spy collar. Possible. Ups. I didn't say it was institutional interest this AM. I talk about this run was institutional interest. institutions are well aware of basket manipulation that occurs. Profit by the next day. Nice, man. How pricey is it to roll options forward? It depends on how much theta you've burned. Buy back your 25 CSPs? Probably not. What did I sell it for? Friday? Yeah, we'll just buy shares. Spy hit the resistance and sing a little. $200C weeklies are down bigly. Can I roll them inward rather than outward? Does it seem like Wyckoff is playing out at an accelerated rate? It could be, not necessarily though. Again, Wyckoff is based on price action, not time. I will say that accumulation and distribution phases on GameStop have been very rapid. Well, the distribution phases have been very rapid. So proud of myself for selling 30cc on BBBY. I got 250 in premiums, looking good to not get assigned. And am I now the options king? You're doing well, man. Can the consolidation be much shorter? Yeah, we kind of covered that. There's a potential like the consolidate, like these are the lows. Like if we look at the volume traded consolidation, where we actually have like volume support, you know, we could have a breakout as soon as tomorrow, but the breakout would probably still be within the range, right? Like 91, maybe 192. Like it's probably not this breakout. It's 200C's part of your covered call strat. Those are sold. Those are Is there anything BBBY leaps? We're not the play today. Here's Shill for teaching us about market mechanics and how to perform well in the market. Thank you, Shill. Thanks, Carl. Fuck. Huh. Stockception. This is kind of bullet. Downward. Downward meat and 2 veg. Are there any short-term ETFs that you recommend throwing some cash into? I have some cash I'll be using for a house down payment that will be sitting for a bit. I mean, you probably want to look for something pretty stable, right? You don't want to lose them. What's that fucking covered call ETF? Heavy crush, stop hunting, suppression, all around 180, all day long, then boom, power hour, the return of the volume, and completion of the highest high of the week. Sure. Do we have FTD data on BBBY today? I don't think it's out yet. It could be out today or tomorrow. It might be tomorrow. 31 days in this month. Do we have a triangle forming from yesterday's peaks ending? Believe so? No. Yes. Hold on. Check. Now I can't remember. Yes. Well, yeah, relatively. Courtney, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. I appreciate it. Hit, DM me over on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream's over. Curious Dildo, thank you, my man, for sharing your time and knowledge.
We might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. There's more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the goat. So when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need GME to moon soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
I'd like a breakout here too, but it looks like they're smashing all the breakouts. So definitely way more in control of the price action today. Girk Ivy Scalp Wizard. I'm just scalping losses today. Not a lot. I think I lost like $400 or something. But trying to break out. Still kind of shitty on the phone. Just because something has a high borrow rate and a small free float doesn't mean anything's going to happen with it, because that's the problem. Is that, you know, everyone's always looking for short squeezes, but that doesn't mean they happen that often. Sometimes companies just suck and they get shorted into the ground because they're shit. Only $400 in losses. You gotta pump those numbers, Gurk. I did good yesterday. Not in the losses, but in the gains. Yesterday had some fat breakouts. Day before I did good too. Yesterday wasn't as good as the day before. The first day I think it was like 100% gains. I doubled this account, cash in it. And then yesterday, I think I was locked up on this account because of settlement, but I think I did like 81%. But today I'm down like 7%. But it seems like that we are in an extended bearish wave C of parity wave 3. Next extended target is 5 of the 786 retreat. Get lost with your heretical Wyckoff patterns, Gurk. Get the fuck out of here with your Elliott waves. Dog shit fractal nonsense. Technically been here for 9 months. I was convinced after 2 months of your consistent transparency. I want to be a pigeon whale, but I can't warrant the cost of my budget. Still, thank you for the knowledge. Best class I ever paid for. Thanks, Red Ranger. I appreciate it, man. Don't worry about being... That's just for lording it over the ports. Can you pin your Kegels routine in the Discord? You just do Kegels until the market closes. Every tick. Please. Is your net worth at an all-time high? Yes. No. Yes. Well, questionable. It may have been higher in March of last year. I'd have to go look. It's close. Yeah, I'm still in fucking wheat. I don't know. If the war ends, it's just gonna fall. But if it doesn't, there'll be supply shortages. The trading CFDs on GME affect price discovery. Shouldn't. I mean, they're hedged, right? So a little bit. Who gives a shit? Everyone's so worried about price discovery. You're not an institution with fucking 20 million shares. The only people that care about price discovery are fucking institutions. Retail traders do not give a shit if, or retail investors don't give a shit if a stock ends up fucking 20 cents lower at the end of the year than it should be. Thoughts on shares available to borrow? I mean, I'm not feeling overly bullish right now. I'm bullish long term. Bearish right now. A little more bearish. And they keep crushing all the breakouts today, so they have a lot of control over the price. Buy pressure is minimal at best. Have you recently tried to get in contact with Dave Luscious Locks Lauer for that chat interview talk stuff you wanted to do? I don't think he has any intention of coming on this stream. I've reached out to him a bunch in the past. This place is probably not good branding for thing he's like building and stuff, so. I'm not a millionaire. I have like $75 in my checking account. That's not true, actually. I have $1,200. They're able to plant wheat at all, it will be late. There may be shortages if there were. Yeah, I know. I still expect shortages. Nice toilet wine. CLVR breakout. Dope. Oh, maybe I haven't lost any money today. I forgot I bought those. Okay. I'm still up on the day between the BBBY covered calls and the CLVR breakout. Bullish as fuck. Nice. Pushing up through $3. It's getting really dragged down by this resistance, but it's fighting the good fight. Fuck you, GameStop. Go up, bitch. Just gotta go for the trend here. Hold on. Bit better. Bull case for Docu. It's undervalued. It's undervalued and their last 2 earnings beat. So my Baba call's doing kind of flat today for Baba. Decent opening. This might break out soon. For 120 weeklies. Pricey. 118 weeklies? Interesting. Hey, there it is. Wyckoff consolidation only lasted 12 hours. When was that? Oh god, it was like back in 2020. A shorter time scale. Can I go far enough back on this? I might have to go to the 1 hour. Here I'm in. I think I'm bugged out. It doesn't go back far enough. So it was like right here. Like it hit its peak and then it came down and then it just chopped and then started going straight back up. But this was like the test and the SOS at the time. There were several phases through this, but This kept happening over and over again. Some of them were really fast. Like this one, back in December. That was about, it was like about a trading day. Maybe a little more than a trading day. From the peak high to when it started to rip up. And then, it went through distribution. It's hard to see because you can't do it on a shorter time frame. But we don't have anywhere near the volume that Tesla had at that point. I think the small stocks are garbage. Generally speaking, they're usually just a loss. I wonder if I could find it on trading. Ko-Fi? Okay. Hey Greg, I know the stream started to track GME for MOASS potential, but I want you to know that I've made all my rent and grocery money for March from BBBY, CSPs, and CCs. Something I never would have known how to do without your teachings. Thanks for real. Dude, that's fucking awesome, man. Congratulations, dude. What are your thoughts on using the average true range indicator? I don't know if I've used that before. It sounds like Bollinger Bands. There's a lot of oscillators that all essentially do the same things. Scalping CCs during the day cause GFVs? Yeah. Because your credit from the sale doesn't settle right away. The 8 loco wasn't too bad. Have you ever bounced a dead cat? No. AMC not moving in unison with GME. Thoughts? None particularly. They generally they try to pump the IV in it to hedge when GME is running. We think. DFE Twitter theory? Made all the money from the quarter yesterday, then diamond handed it past the halt. Now back where I started. Thanks, Pickle. I couldn't do it without ignoring your advice. How much do you trust a QQE indicator? Did you see Jimmy hit the indicator a couple days ago? No. I don't really check that. Have your XRT calls moved at all? I got June's and they're constantly oscillating between 300 and negative 95. No buyers on the contracts though. I sold my in the money 80s for a small profit. What price do you expect after the big break? If we continue to trend and the breakout happens, which is questionable, it's not a guarantee at all, then I would say that we could probably hit 50 easily, maybe higher. There's really no way to predict the upside of that move. CLVR Fed legalization play. Actually, it was whoa. Just crash? Fuck. Took a hard hit. It's a play on the my scanner, and then I found out later that it was a marijuana company. Any thoughts on Newegg? Not really. It had a big overshort position, but I think it's mostly bled out. Did the bill not pass or something? This is a big drop. They might just be trying to flash crash it or stop loss hunting. Volume's dying. Up. Hold on, we're in for some chop. Win volume, Gherk. I don't know. If GME goes down too low, does it invalidate Wyckoff? Yeah. It doesn't invalidate it. It just moves back into accumulation. CLVR meeting supposed to be held at 1 p.m. What meeting? IV staying elevated. What's your take on XRT gapping down and continuing down? They're probably shorting it. Good CLVR entry point. I mean, it's pretty cheap right now. If it drops below 250, that's great. I think it would just indicate that GameStop has support at 160. The Elder Force Index. Probably not bad. Kind of just sounds like MACD. If they short XRT, are they also shorting GME? Possibly. I mean, they're shorting all our breakouts today, which is super fucking annoying. What happened with CLVR? I don't know. Sell off. No. The line's still valid. We just didn't break out much. You see the day? Today is the day to cover 237,302 FTD 220 on the market maker side. Yeah, I mean, we have 4.5 million volume. I'm sure those are covered. It's also the FTDs from 222 today as well, because FTDs due yesterday because of the holiday. So the market maker FTDs are actually doubled up today, but it doesn't it's not very many. My BBBY calls are dying. Buy them on the run up. Average down. I don't know. How far out did you buy? Where can I find Pickles picks? They're in the Dillionaires Discord. I always say that AMC is a hedge. Can you explain what that means? They hedge their volatility positions with AMC. So you can go long short-term volatility on AMC and then short volatility on GameStop. They have like because of AMC's float size, its Vega value on its far dated contracts is very, very low compared to GME, where they're very, very high and sensitive to large changes in volatility. It also diverts interest, which is important for them. And it diverts interest into lower options gains, right? Because AMC might have large percentage gains, but it has very low notional gains. So GameStop moved like $100 over the last week. AMC moved 10. Compared to the rest of the market, I'd say we're doing pretty good today. Yeah, we're holding our own. We'll be able to cover XRT at some point, or do you think it'll just be on reg share forever? I don't know. I mean, they definitely don't want to. I feel like they don't want to cover it right now with GameStop trading at 177. Yeah, I heard about the Pentel Gamma Squeeze leaderboard. Thanks, Marshmallow. God, I hate this channel. This channel or the channel that we're locked in? You think we have any big moves to the upside this week? Maybe tomorrow. There's like a potential for like a consolidation breakout tomorrow. I don't know how big it's gonna be. Like maybe back to like the 190s. This run looks similar to last Feb, March. I don't think so. I think this is a very different scenario. But we'll know more with the FTD data coming out. Literally bought CLVR earlier at 308. I went to buy more at the dip. Fidelity now says I can't because I need to be able to trade on penny stocks. Why did it do this? I have no idea. $100K shares returned to Fidelity. How much money do you make selling CCs? It depends on how much stock you own. It also depends on what stock you own. Some stocks have CCs that are worth far more. Like GameStop. BBY is good entry point at 25. I mean, I don't hate it at 25. It's not my favorite, but I'm okay with it. Looking for any dates for GME or BBBY FTDs when the report comes out tomorrow? Like days we had large volume, you were expecting to see FTDs? Yeah, but in the future, out in April. KY Country, thank you so much for coming to Billionaire, man. I appreciate it. If you DM me over on the Discord, I can get you the instructions, or you can at the moderators or check out the announcement channel. The instructions are there for linking your YouTube to your Discord account. Appreciate it, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
The only one you buy $3 stacks. Not even unsold cash. Worth entering a long position at BBBY. I mean, I'm still building my position there, but I mean, it's all relatively around the same price. You can lower your cost basis with covered calls. July expiration looks good. Same conditions as now. S&P rebalance and XRT dividend energy. Russell reconstruction on the 24th. Yeah, but why buy them now, Turd? That's the question, right? Like, why pay for all that theta if nothing's gonna happen for fucking 3 months, 4 months? We're gonna reject 178 another time. This is our weighted VWAP, like since last year. It is both an extremely strong resistance and a strong support. You know I'm buying weeklies. Just saying for anyone else. You're just so fucking greedy, turd. Are you at 200 MA? Because you're nothing but supportive. Thanks, Matt. The 5-minute chart looks great for continued bull run today. It doesn't look terrible, but we have no fucking buy volume, so like we're holding, but it's not enough to push us up, right? At least not right now. Wait, did I update Reddit? Oh shit. I had to stop because I was watching those options. Son of a bitch. Sorry. Just updating Reddit. What's up, Cornub? How you been, man? Is this bearish? It's kind of nothing. Can you sell a covered put? Yeah, it's called a cash secured put. Thanks, K-Train. No sell, no sell. Go away, Cornub. Did you buy puts on AMC yet? What sub are you updating Reddit under? R Pickle Financial. It's in the description. The link. CLVR dead? I don't think so. I claw its way back. Ready? Still dropping. Why is IV staying so elevated? I think it's fine. It's down 30 cents. People are freaking out about 50 cents, whatever. See, this consolidation is good for us, right? We're at this high price point. It means longs are going to reposition. You know, their gamma max is going to push up. Now that the options market stabilized as of yesterday, you know, gamma max is going to push up. Delta neutral is going to push up. You know, gamma neutral is going to push up into this new range, right? Like everything needs to recover a bit. And so now, you know, when people are buying into near the money and at the money and in the money calls, you know, they're supporting these price levels. So just patience. How many companies are you invested in, and why aren't you all in on GME? Genuinely curious. I mean, a lot of the positions I have, I entered before GameStop. I have some BBBY because I think it's undervalued. I'm not very diversified, but a little bit. I have stocks that I own that are there to generate income, like Tesla. I have, you know, positions that I'm investing in for generating income, like Google, Amazon. I own some dog shit like Palantir and UWMC that I'm just bag holding at this point. I mean, you accumulate positions over time, and sometimes, you know, you like stocks. I have more than enough in GameStop. I would say I have much more than most people. Sundial, garbage. It's got like a billion fucking share float. I mean, if you get assigned on an out of the money covered call, which is extremely rare, that's fucking awesome, right? Yoons, thank you so much for becoming a Dillion. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Outside Tilray, I don't like him very much.
Yeah.
I don't like Tilray. I don't like Sundial. GME does not have a billion share float. Legally or illegally. Dumb mistake and bought April 14 calls way out of the money back in Jan. Just took the loss right now. I'm gonna wait for Ivy to settle down and be smarter with in the calls. Appreciate all the tips. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on both. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult. Shop. Breakout kind of sucked. It's having a bad day today, but so is everything else. Probably back down to like 700. Google A or C? The cheaper one doesn't have voting rights. I think it's C. Do you need to vote on Google? If you want to be a voting shareholder, then you have to buy the A stock. Instead of removing the stitching on the secret lab text on new chair, could have it modified instead so it reads sacred blab. Do all in the money calls get exercised? Are my shares definitely getting called away? Generally. Depends on how deep they are in the money, but yeah, usually if they're in the money even a sufficient amount, they'll get exercised. Like more than $1. Not always. Sometimes you can get lucky, but it's pretty rare. Because your counterparty is usually a market maker. Almost all the time. And so, yeah, usually you get exercised. What's the minimum knowledge one should have before starting you start selling CSPs, charting, etc.? Yeah, understanding like how to map horizontal resistance is pretty important. And to understanding trends and trend continuation will help you manage those positions far better. I mean, technically a CSP is, it's not without risk, but they're already a very low risk position to begin with. And with proper management, you can reduce that risk to almost nothing. I think Moon rolled out again. Yeah, the no vote stock is just cheaper. I think like Class C is trading at 2,500. You don't need to buy so there's Goog L. You don't want C or A, Trina. It's Goog L or Goog. I think Goog Yeah, Goog L is the one without voting rights. So this one it trades at like a small, like the GOOG trades at like a small premium to GOOGL. I don't care about the voting rights either, so it doesn't matter, but some people do. So if you don't want the voting rights, you want to get the one that's like trading $20 cheaper. But it's not A or C. A or C are restricted stock. You don't want those. Someone in the comments explain to me what is a CC and how does it differ from a C? A CC is a covered call. It is a short call position. That is secured. You could have an unsecured short call position, which would be called a naked short call. What's going on? Literally nothing. Can you impersonate a pelican, please? I don't think so. How often do you let your CSPs expire in the versus buying back? Your charting knowledge helps with that. Usually pretty good at selling CCs. I very rarely end up with the money, but if I do end up with the money, I don't really sell CCs on stock that I'm not okay with buying. Sometimes I do, but it's more rare. I know you rolled out. Thoughts on a billion Bloomberg puts that disappeared expiring Thursday? Never saw that. A lot of stocks have dropped hard after a fast run like that. I'm surprised we're stabilizing at this high of a price point. We have support here. We have a lot of historical support in this range, right? And if you look at daily, I mean, this is a strong range for GameStop share prices, right? Between 190 and 160. A lot of our historical support is in that range. Sold my first cover call at a good point yesterday. 200C for April 1st. It's a big portion of my position. Would you hedge it somehow? Or just let it ride? I mean, I have a few 200s. They're sold a little further out than this Friday, but I haven't hedged them yet. I guess it depends on how much capital you have on hand. If you can suffer the risk of the price moving against you, then you can wait to hedge. Otherwise, you know, yours is expiring in 2 days. It's going to start to lose a serious amount of theta value pretty quickly. You should already be super positive on it at this point. Are you not? Is it possible to have buying weeklies disabled on my broker? I always say I'm not going to do it, but then I do it. We focus on borrow rate? Because look at AMC, their borrow rate has been 1% this whole time, even on that 45% run. That's because they have infinite shares. They have 500 million shares. Lemmy G, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you
I don't think we're going back to 70 now.
hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win.
Wait, MM is our counterparty? I was under the impression we were all buying your CCs every week. Well, me and DFEs. Speaking of Goog L, on the 30-minute, Imperius has been forming a cup since the beginning of Feb. Cup and handles are a 3 to 6 month formation. So the cup should be a minimum of 3 months. I might be. Same for you, man. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. If you guys want, you can reach out to the moderators before the stream's over, and they can point you to the announcements channel where the instructions for linking your Discord and YouTube are pinned. Is this much consolidation bullish, bearish, or neutral till a breakout? It's pretty neutral until we determine a direction, right? Like, it's not even downward consolidation. It's just fucking sideways right now. We're sideways at our weighted VWAP for the year. Isn't range getting tighter and tighter? I mean, on the intraday, but that doesn't mean it's going to break out hard in either direction. Rest of the week to Ivy crush open options? Probably. Ivy's already driving down. Recent entries? I mean, I like 2,800, but I don't know if it's going to come back to that level. Which is right there. Although there is some indication that it's going to keep moving up. So, and with the split approaching, it's very possible it's going to move up back to this like 3,000 range. So I would say that currently, yeah, currently like 2840. If you can nail it, you may not be able to. It's pushing back above VWAP right now. 2845 isn't terrible, the current price. You're the best. I bought Google at 2844.19. Thank you so much, Trina. Congratulations. Nice entry. Remember, it's going to split 20 to 1. So for every share you own right now, you're going to end up with 20. Which, you know, if income generation off of covered calls is something you're interested in, presents a bit of opportunity, especially after the post like split rally, if it rallies after the split due to the new liquidity provided. Google should hold its own if we enter a recession. For the most part, tech will do well. But I mean, I would say it's still like a 5-year hold or so. But the income generation is really nice. I'd like to buy like maybe 100 shares. Split. We'll see. What does the entropy indicator look like? I have no idea. I haven't looked at it in a few days. Consolidating, I think. It spiked super hard, obviously. But I think it's consolidating back. You gotta put a sweater on if the price goes lower. I mean, we're still just in a channel, right? Like, I'm not super concerned with our price right now. The only CCs I've sold on GameStop before this year were last March when we were trading at like 320 and it doubled my GameStop position, that one sale of covered calls, as we traded flat into May, down and flat into May. Here to learn. Thanks for all you do. I'm impressed by your breadth of knowledge and temperament given all the shit you've been through. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. It's been a lot, but it's worth it, I think, to get some at least decent information out there. Hands. You done any legit DD on Express? I haven't, but others have. They're not actually a bad company. It seems super undervalued. I agree. They're and very good earnings. The CEO is doing a good job over there, actually. I think it's also over short and maybe not has not really pushed off a lot of those shorts. RC averaged up like barely. When a good time to buy BBBY leaps? Do we look at IV to determine good entry? I'll say 60-80 calls best. I mean, 60 and 80 could potentially be volatility plays, right? But I think nice spread with maybe a higher quantity at like 60 and 80 better. But yeah, you want to look for IV to crush out. It just ran really hard the last couple days, so you know, give it a little breather. But FTD's information's coming in soon for BBBY, and we're gonna see what kind of positions to take over there. Because if FTDs are ramping up on BBBY after Cohen's buy-in, then you know, very similar to scenario to GameStop's quote unquote sneeze last year will is likely to play out. I think your Wyckoff model looks like they're walking us up near the bottom of the wedge. Well, we're dropping resistance here on the top part. So lows in like the 73, 74 range. on this nearer term wedge. Although we could be out here on this one instead. It looks fine. Price action's very stable. More stable than you would expect it to be. Should have had maybe a lower low, but it could be like, you know, that instead. Gonna be a split? Has it been verified? So I think it has to be voted on. Just tagged you in Twitter. I don't even know what that means. Yeah, I trade SPX. I don't really do it so much anymore because it requires a lot of monitoring. I can't do that while I'm streaming, but I used to trade it all the time. Looking forward to Sundays again. BBBY, what do you think we're gonna chill at by end of week? Is it still dropping? A little bit below that trend, huh? Down here to the 24.43. I mean, I guess that's... Yeah. Maybe 24.43. I mean, so remember, when you sell a CSP, the premium you get offsets the cost of the shares you buy, right? So like I sold the CSP at 25, right, on BBBY for Friday. Is it for Friday? Yeah, for Friday. So but I sold it at 0.96, and so that's 96 cents off of the strike, right? If I end up being assigned per share. So if I get assigned, the cost basis for those shares is 24.04 per share. Yeah, I know the borrow rate's dropping. It's not a great sign. It hasn't dropped below 10% yet, though, so. Which one of their mobile apps do I use? I have no idea. I don't use their mobile apps. Probably... Trade Station, I'd imagine, would probably be the easiest one. They have their own app, I think, don't they? IBKR Mobile or something like that. I thought DRS is the reason for the high borrow rate. No, borrowing shares is the reason for the high borrow rate. No, the borrow rate goes up when they are actually borrowing shares. It's still very much a GameStop channel. It's always been a trading channel with GameStop as the primary focus. John Diamond. Having problems getting filled on CLVR. Yeah, a lot of people are saying that. Try to shake people off options. Well, it's shaking people off options and also, you know, repositioning. So we maxed everything out, right? Like we blew through gamma maximum to the upside, and now we're stabilizing, right? And longs need to, you know, they need to push all of these values up, delta neutral, gamma maximum, and get them to a level, you know, where the stock is now trading. So it takes some time, right? Like all those long positions need to move out and up. And so we're consolidating. We haven't fallen off. We're not, you know, back at 150 or 120, right? We're still trading right at our, you know, average price for the last year. This is very bullish, and you know, now longs can reposition to move further up. Skip my question about 48200C. I'm sorry. What? Just ask it again. Banson. Let's be real. This is primarily a Dan and Pickle channel. Finances and cuisine after. Praise be the Lady VWAP. Riku. The real question is, do institutions consider shares that are DRS as unavailable, hence reducing the float, which then just increases volatility, correct? Not really. It doesn't really. I mean, it increases volatility marginally. It increases volatility during peaks more than anything else. So probably like yesterday morning when we ran into the halt, like there's an effect, a small effect from DRS in a moment like that. But you know, the rest of the time, for every share locked up, right? So say there's 10 million shares locked up, and then we have, you know, 53 million shares available to borrow, right? You know, for every one of these locked up, this will be lent twice. Retail can't afford to borrow shares, so there's none left to borrow. Also, we don't have access to the entire breadth of share lending. We'd only be able to borrow from. Sorry if this has already been asked. When do you see as the next probable good time to increase long positions in GME? Thanks for all you do. Well, let's see how this stabilizes. Are we going to get slammed? We still don't know if we're going to get slammed back down or we're going to just continue to consolidate in this channel. You know, I'd say if we can confirm with time and volume that this is a solid floor and we're going to retain this like 170 range resistance, then, you know, this becomes a good time to enter. I was wondering if it's worth it to hold 418-200C since there might be a consolidation breakout tomorrow. Not sure about the theta. I mean, you're gonna lose a shitload of theta by tomorrow, Bansun. But you're gonna lose some. Like it's inevitable because you have a weekly. Um, I mean, if you're trying to play for the consolidation breakout tomorrow, Just remember that the move might not be super explosive. It might just be like another test of like 191, 193. But yeah, I'd probably wait an extra day and see what happens. I mean, but just know that you're going to lose some value in that theta. And if the price declines, you're going to lose even more. What's a price target for CLVR? Like 5, 7, and then 8. Is there a chance DRS is actually hurting us, GME? Maybe. I don't know. Probably, most likely not excessively. I think the fees suck, but other than that, I wouldn't say it hurts anything. And if there ever was a short squeeze, you know, the share lockup would be tremendous for price improvement. We may not drop, Hugh. That's the tricky thing about how high we've climbed. Like, if we only climbed to just above gamma max, right? I would have expected us, which was at like 147. I would have expected us to fall back down to like the 120 range, right? But we climbed up to our weighted VWAP, which is our average trading price, crossed it, and now have fallen back to it, right? It's very possible that we retain this floor. Or we retain a price point between here and like 160, 250. We have a lot of historic support here. This range is strong. It's a very stable range for GameStop's price. And so, you know, you could buy puts, but you know, what if we just stay here until the next run? That's the tricky part. If you're gonna throw 20,000 something into something for the day, what would you do hypothetically? I wouldn't. That doesn't sound like a very good plan for your money. I would have a plan first, Trina. Yeah, Dex did. So for CLVR, and this continues to be fairly bullish. I'm targeting this upper breakout off of this. This is a bar, right? So this is a bump and run, and then we have a reversal here. And so I'm looking at the same price target for this to play out. But then, you know, with the additional like Fed vote occurring, I think it can drive higher. So I think $5, like 474 is a reasonable range, or like 730. And then if it climbs back to its earlier valuations, you know, up as high as like 820 to almost $10. All of these are possible. It has a very small float, so it can move really fast, actually. It has a massive short position on it, lots of which is underwater right now. So, you know, if that bullishness does come in, it could really fire off. My scanner picks up, well, it picked up this actually right before this big run, and what it was picking up was a large amount of in the money put volume relative to delta sensitivity, which means that shorts or market makers are attempting to keep the price from climbing too quickly, right? Like they're trying to suppress the price in order to avoid putting naked calls sold in the money. So they're protecting their naked calls, essentially. And this is kind of what the indicator looks for. And so it looks for a few other factors, but primarily this. And so because they're doing that, you know, there is a time limit on the amount of time they can suppress the price. Because eventually, as we know with GameStop, you know, that pressure needs to be relieved, right? And shorts seem to do this all over the market in response to large spikes in delta sensitivity. Not on every position. Some things delta sensitivity spikes and it just runs. But on some positions. And what you get in those scenarios is massively reduced IV, which means super cheap options, and large future price movement. And so far, it's been pretty reliable. The biggest issue with the scanner right now is that it tends to signal way too far in advance of the upward part of the price movement. But not enough in advance to be a reliable, like, put into call position. I'm not sure about a move up to 190 tomorrow. It could happen, not necessarily, though. Better question, is there anything you'd feel confident throwing 20K out for a day trade today? No? You don't just throw money at shit, hope it fucking takes off. You should have a plan, an entry, an exit. About how many CCs, CSPs would someone need to sell to be able to generate 5K a month income, GME or BBBY? BBBY 0.2 delta, 0.3 delta, I guess. You could be a little riskier. Is 30-day point. Sorry. Delta sell 22 on BBBY. GME. Need to sell 5. So 500 shares of GameStop to generate $5,000 a month income. Right now, Ivy's really elevated. When Ivy's low, it's a different story. Probably need some more. Tim. I would say when Ivy's lower, you'd probably need to sell about 8 or 9 a month. No worries, Tim. Sorry about that, man. Thankfully, that's why I added the bot to the chat in case I'm like focused on chat and I miss the co-fi's. That way I still see them. QS looking like it's trying to run. Looks like it is running. I don't know what you mean by trying. Looks like it's rallied super fucking hard and you're chasing a bit. It's got like fucking 70 cents of upside before it hits some pretty serious resistance. Yeah, I don't like it. There's not enough range. I mean, can it break up higher? Yeah, but so can everything else at that point. Ooh, Baba's getting cheaper. So, how is delta sensitivity calculated scanner? I don't know. I don't do the calculation. My buddy's the one who's programming it. I simply presented him with the idea. He's the one doing the math and programming it. He also has the data. He owns a fund, so he has institutional data. The scanner did ping for GME, but it also pinged for GME all through the month of all through like late Feb and early March. And we still haven't we're still back testing it, right? Like we're live testing it a little bit, but we're still back testing it and fine tuning things, and it's very, very rough. Would you call your scanner a squeeze scanner? It's really not though, right? It's just a corrective delta imbalance scanner, right? Or possibly like FTD scanner. FTD generation scanner. Your CLVR position? I bought 10 leaps at $5. 10 Jan 2023s. I'm a lunatic artist. I never have a plan. Well, need one for this. You can throw $20,000 into something and lose it all in a day. I mean, it's not likely that you would, but it could happen. It's very risky. I know BRN Brain Chip Holdings is way different and in no way related to GME. We are trading very much in tune with that stock before its rip. I remember I've seen the chart, and yes, it's and also like I said, that Wyckoff pattern that we're talking about earlier, um, that is very much in line with what plays out before a short squeeze, right? So you have the dip before the rip, and then you generally have a high move and then consolidation into a much higher move. On my tracking, I think they need to cover RC's FTD starting next week on BBBY. I think that might be why it's continuing to dip. Yeah, it should be next week. If it follows the same pattern that GameStop did. You're correct, Bob. I was looking, I think at April 7th was the date that I had for the finalization of his buy-in. But it hasn't hit reg show, which GameStop had by So, you know, we would have wanted to have seen BBBY on Reg Show on March 22nd or 23rd, and we didn't. So maybe the FTDs are high, but not high enough to trigger Reg Show. Is it hard to day trade on Forex? I think it's considered easy. Can covered calls be in the next school of stock video? I mean, they were. I recorded the whole video and then blew up my own hard drive. So I'm rebuilding like the PowerPoint and everything for it. I started doing a little bit yesterday and the day before. It covers a pretty decent amount. So I was almost done with it previously, and now I'm starting back from the beginning. But things are a little calm right now, so I might have some time to dedicate to it. AMC is great for CCs, and CSPs are cheap. Otherwise, it's a piece of shit. Yeah, it's fine for selling calls on. I don't disagree with you, but you have to own the underlying, which is kind of garbage, right? I mean, if you're already in it, sure, but I wouldn't want to buy more of it. It's a good wheel, but hard because the price fluctuations. It's very volatile, right? So your odds of getting assigned are really high. Am I the only one making money on AMC puts? No. Yeah, they try to slam the price before they let it run. Look at GameStop. Look where the price hit post earnings. Do you have a position in Nordstrom? JWN is Nordstrom. No. I made some money on their earnings not that long ago. They're probably actually, like, honestly, they're probably still undervalued pretty significantly, but it's hard to say. It's not a good entry right now. It ran alongside GME a little bit on this run, just not excessively so. I don't think it's as shorted. I think it's kind of more in line with like Macy's, where it's part of the basket, but the short interest isn't pervasive there. Thoughts on Wish? Shit. I know it's also an XRT, but does your buddy get a cut of your profits? Actually, he's gonna give me a cut of his if he starts investing using the cater. I was wondering if I could program a scanner, but having the data seems like the hard part. Yeah, well, he has hourly updates for options like OI and stuff, so he can track delta sensitivity intraday, which is something we can't really do. Sometimes he like will DM me, but it's usually pretty busy, and he's also in a different time zone. When the scanner is done, are you gonna share or make it available? Fuck no. Are you actually kidding me? What do you think about DRCT? They just crushed earnings up 95%. Gonna short it? Thoughts on June 680 is looking to get into options. I mean, they're not gonna lose a ton of value except from IV crash. But their potential if we break out super hard is really high. Yeah, I could probably try to do that. Christine. This is like watching paint dry across the market. I mean, everything rallied, right? It's natural for there to be a pullback. The hourly candles look like a bear flag. No, it's just like consolidating. It's like a pennant downtrend, really. Downtrends generally break up, right? But I wouldn't call this like a solidified formation in any way. It's not really a descending wedge. Kind of have like this going on. Which is bullish consolidation. I mean, if you measure it from here, it's even a little more so. Or from here, it's the peak. But this would be a descending wedge. The problem with descending wedges is they don't always break out fully, right? So that's why I was saying, like, this could easily break out to like a test of like 191, 193, and then just fall back down again. Well, I think it can break out. Like, it doesn't mean it's going to break out massively to the upside. Yeah, but I wouldn't say that this is a bull flag or a bear flag. Like this is part of a larger movement. Hey, stock likes it. How does the bar rate drop without shares being returned? Shares are being returned. That's how it drops. Will you make any more School of Stock vids in regards to options? Yeah, I will. It's just going to be slow. It's like a side project, right? Local MOASS? Are my 170s safe? 170 what? Covered calls? And they're $10 in the money. Entered CLVR at 275. What's a possible price target for say the next month or two? I'm thinking 4 or 5. Thoughts? I mean, it'll depend on the vote. If the vote passes, right, I think it'll push higher. I think that bullish push will fuck the current shorts, and you know there'll be some covering. So I would say it could hit as high as 10, more likely in the 5 to 7 range. You see, OnlyFans is looking to go public. Interesting. How can you effectively use stop limits with options when the spreads are so wide? Well, I use stop limits, right? So effectively controlling my own position. You can get gapped over. I usually just set them a little wider on options than I do on stock. The spreads are wide, but you know the gains are leveraged, so. Delta sensitivity just gamma, or is it Yelya's? I don't think it's Yelya's. I don't think it's the same as Yelya's. I could ask him for his like methodology. Hey, weeklies are green again. Congrats. This volume be dark pool dumps? Possibly. It's also the 30th. It could be CS buys. No, I don't have a fucking mullet. Calm down. This is all retail FOMO. Institutions buy in. Do they immediately start lending their shares? Yeah. So yes, increased institutional ownership can lower the borrow rate. No, it could be. I can check. I don't think so. It's all OTC orders. There's some NYSE, but for the most part, it's just a giant block of OTC orders. So I would say more likely dark pool dumps. Should probably update Reddit real quick. Just let them know this is a thing. Probably gonna consolidate here, but like the violence of the move. It's volatile, good volume. The question is, do we consolidate up here or not? If we retain this higher consolidation, then we can move up further. If I sell a CC and buy it back the same day using the cash I generated from selling it, does that count as a GFE? If they warn you, then it could. Zach Hawes, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need GME to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker, trade this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
When you first got in this position, did you see the opportunity to make big money? But then when you stayed in, did you see the opportunity to roll big and get cash and girls at the end of it? I wasn't really thinking about getting girls at the end of it, but yeah, I figured there was continued opportunity in GameStop. You gonna sell those 680s? Probably. Ah, you bitch. Next one. Forgot I had those. These pumps make me nervous as fuck for my CCs. Between rolling and averaging down, which do you prefer? I mean, it depends, right? You roll if you need more theta, you average down if you have enough theta and you want to improve your cost basis. Scalped a 20% return on April 300s today. I should have sold on the first run, but plus day. Awesome, man. We never MOASS, we just keep cycling. At what point do you stop streaming? I don't know. When I get bored with it. What's being voted on at 1 p.m. could affect markets? Oh, is that the marijuana bill? I don't know when that gets voted on. I know it's sometime this week. Their purchases to the ten thousands of a cent pretty. I mean, they're not really indicative. It's just the price. Usually high frequency trading makes money arbitrage there. No, it's just coffee. What are your expectations for this week? I think we're consolidating and we're holding a fairly high price point, which is bullish. I'm a 6.0 bullometer. You don't even need to ask me how I feel. You can just look at that. Explain it. What's a marijuana bill aiming to do? I don't fucking know. Empower and enrich large tobacco companies. I have mid XXX long GME shares, no BBBY shares, and I don't play options. I'm interested in a BBBY squeeze to the tendies. Today's 1,000 go to more GME shares or BBBY shares to the April run. What's your recent thoughts on BBBY's potential? Thanks, brother. I'm waiting to get that FTD data on BBBY before I make assessments as far as the stock goes. So I don't know. Now, if I see, FTDs ramping up significantly, and I'll be entering a larger position there. But I already bought one based on the fact that it's probably still very undervalued. Whereas, GameStop currently overvalued. So you that way. Criminalize and deschedule cannabis to provide certain persons affected by. So the money making part of that is the descheduling of cannabis as a Schedule 2. Mulan's a pile of shit. Did you see BBBY had a ton of shares borrowed during yesterday's climb to 28 and returned overnight? Yeah, the borrow rate went up on it. Saw. Do I use the N-word? No. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Alright. I just bought back the CCs, made $200. Too volatile right now, not worth the anxiety. Oh, Bob. Out of everybody watching your stream, what percentage of them would be better off just buying shares? I don't know. I guess that depends on how much they've learned. New YouTube segment idea. Loan me your scanner and watch me lose money. I don't want to give you the attention. Well, I'd enjoy watching you lose money, JC. I really don't. I don't really want to give you a platform to do it on. My mic is cutting out more often. Yeah, I need to adjust my noise gate. I gotta fuck with some shit. Can you explain CSPs in 1 minute? It's a bullish bet that the stock will not fall below the strike you sell it at. If it falls below, you buy shares at that strike. Hit me up. I have a couple wrinkles when it comes to audio. Oh, cool. All right, I will. GFEs are irrelevant if I have more than 25,000 in my account, or am I misunderstanding? You're misunderstanding. GFEs are relevant on all cash accounts. PDT violations are irrelevant if you have $25,000 in your account. ZFE revealed as new chairman at 4:20 Eastern. No, I haven't. My webcam's fixed, actually. But everybody thought that if I was in full color, the stock would no longer work. So, you know, if I wanted to be in color, I could be like this, but people think that makes the stock go down now. So what are you gonna do? I just made 3K on MULN. Congratulations. Don't forget to join our favorite Stock Daddy live on Twitch, twitch.tv/playing with pickles. Give him a follow and hit the notification bell to get notified when he goes live. Thanks, Playing with Pickles marketing team. My life is so weird. First crime, now cameras. What doesn't make the stock go down? Improved valuation. Stop toying with the stock. Have you ever seen harder IV crash than the one happening on BBBY right now? It's pretty intense. The color doesn't matter. It was the broken camera that was super lucky. But I replaced the broken camera when we were trading at like 140. Any rough ballpark estimates on how many shorts FTDs could possibly have used on this run? Should it cause a large run in T plus 35 plus 9? Yeah. There should be a lot of, well, there should be a lot of FTDs, which, as we know, doesn't necessarily mean a large run. What's your take on HMHC buyout failing meme? If I were to gamble on options and they raise their offer, what happens to options when the company goes private? I mean, they would be worthless if you hold them through that, or you could exercise them for ownership. I'm really not sure what happens when the company gets private. Usually, you know, during that process, the price would go up and sell your options. $24.40 is a support, I believe. Yeah, it's falling through it right now, so it could go down a little more, potentially. Do shorts have to prove they shorted on an uptick when SSR is on? I don't know. Maybe. I think the clearinghouse just won't transact the short trade until it's on an uptick. I don't know if it's really on the shorts to manage that. How is the stock able to trade 2 times its float in 20 minutes? You see it happen? Just like that. Went from bag holding negative 14,000 MULN to making 3K. Congrats. What's a good coal ETF? I have no idea, man. Eric, I'm gonna cry, draw a line. Why? IV's bumping up. IV's continuing to stay elevated, even though the price is declining. Yeah, why are all these people coming in here that I've never heard from before talking about fucking MULN? Fuck off with your shitty pump and dump. Forward futures were always the play. Who shirtless interests you the most? What? Fuck off, Gaff. And Chicken Tender Daddy. I'm sure Matt Kors is pumping MULN. That seems like a stock he'd be into. MULN, same like Mulan. Any chance Wyckoff was progressing super fast and that's the third peak? Sure. I did. I beat him. Claw Rage. After losing all my money on GME, I made 100,000 times gains on MULN in 5 minutes. See, I knew you were a shill, JC. The bar rate be going down because of the price and lack of interest in shorting at the moment. The bar rate is going down because shares are being returned. That doesn't mean they won't be used again. That just means they're being returned right now. Which will make the stock run more? Wendy's or Chick-fil-A? Always Wendy's. What causes the IV spike to sustain right now? Market makers pricing in a move to the upside. Or more volatility. Do you use fibs? Never. Could the bar rate be going down because shares are being returned? Oh, right. That's why it's dropping. You have to apply for options, Dominic. Always. Volume picking up on XRT. Cool. When are you going back on Houston Wade? I had no idea. I'm kind of too busy with other shit right now to do that. Not that I don't like talking with Houston. It's just I just don't have time right now. Like if I'm doing that, there's something else I probably need to be doing. Is this recent buyer's volume from one of your FTD cycle theories? The push up was. This isn't. Like currently. Or current price action is. But the run up was. Like streaming Elden Ring? Yeah. Do you make of screenshots? What screenshots? I mean, I don't trust screenshots. SLI Fox, thank you for becoming a zillionaire. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need GME to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on both. Sail the Elliott.
I don't think it was a liquidity test.
Yo, but we ain't no cult.
I think it was just a dark pool dump. It was a bunch of OTC orders, and they all came in at once. You should check out Super Auto Pets for another game after hours. Super Auto Pets? What the fuck is that? Do you have a merch store where I can buy a Pi-Fi soundboard? No. I don't have merch. I probably should, but I don't. I was working on it at one point. The retailers told me that they wouldn't sell my covered calls for me. And, you know, that wasn't going to work for me, honestly. No, Gino. You should play the new WWE game. It's got a never. Literally, just you can stop right there. That'll never, ever, ever happen. How bad was it that we got rejected there? Really not that awful, honestly. I get 70% sleepy chicken, or you get 70%? BBBY looks really cool. Have you watched the 2 cores 1 cup video yet? No. You can spend a month worth of time creating a up hat, probably sell at least 500 of them at a 0.2 margin profit. You could then buy another 0.5 share of GME for a month's labor. Heavy XRT shorting, lost of volume. Lots of volume. Out here with your, no one gives a shit. Let's see IBKR application now game options pre. Oh, okay. Oh, awesome. You told them you had extensive trading knowledge learned from Pickle Financial. I'm glad that's a qualifier. I heard your favorite band is Imagine Dragons. Fuck you. Stop buying AMC puts. Let me sell first. Someone say 2 girls, 1 cup. No, I said 2 cores, 1 cup. Don't Google that, anybody. If you don't know what it is. You know why AMC bought into HYMC? To pump and dump another stock because they can't pump and dump their own anymore. Thanks, gods and earths. My buddy does all the screen printing for most stuff for DJ Khaled. That's cool. Two downs, 1 VUP. The bolometer may be the best addition to the stream. It's time saving for me, you know? How much more does BBBY? X supports at 22, I believe. I mean, it's really just not getting hit that hard. It's down to $3. That it's illegal to show you my position cores. What? But everyone's seen Matt cores lose money on options, especially on Tesla. Ooh, I gamma neutral at 2250. think so. I haven't been able to catch the gaming streams. You like Elden Ring? It's okay. It's not really kind of game I generally enjoy, but I liked the other Souls games. I had people to play them with, which made it more fun, I guess. But running around and doing things is like one of my least favorite activities. I really only like games where you can win. Like those are the only games I'll dedicate time to. We pay you $100 for status. Just think how much we'd pay for VWAP ads. I mean, my interest is not in milking people for. Otherwise, I would do that, right? No, I don't like PUBG. You ever play chess? Not very often. I used to a lot, but what did you say, Moon? I ignored your message because you never say anything important. I don't even see it. I'm not gonna look. Not an FPS guy. I haven't played FPSs since I was like in my early 20s. This other game we were playing last night, I thought you were more in strategy games like the stock market. I mean, I like strategy games, but I like I guess, you know, Street Fighter is a strategy game. Yeah. You enjoy fighting Supreme Pontiff Sullivan of Up and Down? It's been a while. I think I know who you're talking. Stream of your calves while doing a Twitch stream of Elden Ring would. Thanks, Jim Cramer's Coke Mirror. The GTA Online DJ. Also, probably never. Yeah, I know. I gotta fix the noise gate on it. You lower the threshold limit. But which threshold? Is it the open or the close? And they move like inverse. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah. Did IV just pump? I don't think so. When Gurk Street Fighter 4 Crush stream? Oh, I might buy a fight stick and play some. The new Street Fighter game is coming out, which is dope as shit. I think Street Fighter 6. I don't know when, but I hated Street Fighter 5, so Cornub and I are making memes in Quantcord. Awesome. I streamed Elden Ring for like an hour last night. And then I played TFT for like 4 more. Yeah, I know. If I'm closer to the mic, it won't cut out as much. Maybe lower close? See, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, okay. So I want open where it's at, because that's working fine, right? And then I want the close higher. Like that. Maybe that's better. I don't want cut off so much. Let's give that a shot. He doesn't own any AMC. No, you can't hear me at all now. Awesome. Yeah, I've played MTG Arena. I just don't really play MTG anymore. But they're already both negative, Willie. So wouldn't I want to raise it? Is the barometer rising by itself based on something, or are you just changing it? You'll never know. I'm gonna play more TFT tonight. I want to get diamond. That's gonna happen. Play Lake. It's a great game where you drive around Lake Tahoe delivering mail. What the fuck? How's that a great game? Is that really a game? Is he fucking with me? Why would you drive around? Why would you drive around Tahoe delivering mail? Make more sense if you were like dealt coke in Tahoe. Start talking like check 1, 2 and keep talking and try to control it either extreme and observe what it does. Ugh. I don't know how to observe it. Just on the little meter that I have here. Are you in a position where you aren't allowed to day trade stocks or play video games without us? No, I could do both of those things without everybody. No, not really, Fluffy. I think you'll find that I don't like most games. The vast majority of games that are released, I think, are just shit. They're all just the same money grubbing crap rehypothecated over and over and over again in not even very different variations. All games basically fall into like three categories. You have like Skyrim, Call of Duty, and like shitty survival games like Rust or Minecraft. Gran Turismo is not even a game. It's just doing a chore on TV. Counter argument, Rocket League. Sure. I'm never going to play Rocket League. Ever. I had to quit a cell phone game last year after I realized I'd spent $38,000 on being Uber in it. Jesus Christ. CLVR dead? Vote not good? I don't think so. I don't think the vote's happened yet. What, are you trying to play like fucking weeklies on it? You're gonna get burned. Does this triple bottom mean anything to you? Have we found our support? It's more than a triple bottom, but no. How dare you forget about Goat Simulator? You know the best video game? The stock market. No one hurt me. It's just most games suck. So my paper trading account got margin call since you recommended GTA 5 stock simulator as a viable alternative. Sure. Paper trading is stock market simulator. I don't hate games. I just hate most games. Gotta play LOL. I don't want to. Why would I play LOL with someone from my quant team? I don't hate them. When you do good paper trading, do you get pretendies? You do. You can earn big piles of pretendies. It's true. I do hate most things. You're not wrong, Taximus. Nope. I don't like GTA. I do like Monopoly. I like games where I can crush the will and spirit of my opponents. If I don't feel like I'm hurting the people I'm playing with, I don't enjoy it. That's why I like Magic so much. And Street Fighter. Like both of those games can induce true rage in your opponent. And it's just infinitely enjoyable. Have you ever considered becoming a serial killer then? No. So I do like Monopoly. I've played a fair amount of Rust. Hence the full dedication to hedgy tiers. Frankly, yes. Favorite colors in MTG? Blue and black. Remember those nice things I said last night? I was horribly wrong. I've played MTG Arena. I don't really play Magic much anymore. Or, well, at all. I haven't played Magic in like 2 or 3 years. Oh, cool. Thanks, Secure. Can you DM that to me? Will you ever play with members? Probably not. I don't like teammates. I need to maintain my boundaries. NFT Magic cards are a genius idea. WotC needs to print more currency and more digital currency. No, I don't play with D&D. I don't play D&D. I don't associate with people who play D&D either. Guys, let's sit around this table and imagine things together. Um StarCraft 2 is free to play. Jump onto there with me so that I can clown all over you and crush your ego. Nah. I know better than to play fucking RTS games against people that know how to play them. Half the chat just ends up. Dude, my fiance just heard you in the background and heard you talking about MTG. She rolled her eyes and said, just great. Another reason for you to glorify this guy. I think it's okay to say you basically just don't enjoy video games. That's not true. This is very specific ones. Do you still have all of your MTG cards, decks? I have some of my old ones, yeah. Just share my meme on stream. I mean, I don't need to. I could. How the fuck is Colo Eye so high? Bing bong, the price is wrong. They're taking the shorts to CNS. Alright. You can have that one. Jesus fucking Christ. Still no puts. Yeah, I mean, this just looks like longs are still just building up for a bigger call position. Do you expect a turnaround? I mean, it looks decent. Recognition? Yeah, I know. Some of the old stuff's worth a lot of money. How does Discord work? I joined last night, but nothing showed up other than members. You have to, there's like chats on the side, like different rooms, and you can join them. I'm sure there's like a tutorial video on YouTube. Is the Obligations warehouse where dreams go to die? Yeah. Well, it depends on what your dream is. I don't care about MULN. Do you think BBBY mooning before 4-7 is unlikely? I mean, it looks like they're just trying to crush it right now. Discord is like one of the easiest apps to use anywhere. It's just got channels and chat. Like how difficult is that? Seems retail blew up Luddle math with too many 420.69 limit orders. You can't make this shit up. That makes sense. Guys, I got burned on PayPal. Where's that idiot from yesterday who was spamming the chat with PayPal? Good job, buddy. Wait, wasn't I the one that was just like, didn't he ask me about PayPal? And then I was like, oh, this looks like a hot pile of dog shit. And then you went and bought it anyway? Great job, dude. Did you break the MOASS machine? I don't think so. How do you think Corsair is looking? I think they should include a warning in their power supplies about needing to use the same cables. It actually looks decent. Like, what's the target? 24? Like, there's not enough range there. Is this the one that runs in like the weird cycle? Maybe. I wonder who has a vested interest in that. Right here. Is that just a bear on your head? Should be full bull the rest of the day. You were not in BBBY already. Would you buy calls now? I mean, IV's still kind of high. Ugh. Beautiful, Bob Lewis. If you think SPY fails this 460 test, it'll go back to a downtrend? No. Maybe back to 457. When I'm not a Coke mirror, I work in low voltage systems. Although cords may look the same, PC power cord and TV power cords can have different outcomes on how much voltage amps are passed. Interesting. Yeah, well, it blew up my hard drive, so. I think Pi-Fi's mind turns to mush in this chat. No. Tesla dead. Thoughts on shit. Based on price action, what's your prediction for MOASS? If hedgies have infinite money, can they suppress the price forever? Is buy puts cost same like shares? Thanks, Dork. I needed that. How do you feel about 2350 CSPs on BBBY right now? It's not a bad price. May not get assigned. It could bounce tomorrow, but probably not. Maybe I'll finally get assigned on some of my CSPs. What trading platform are you using? WeBull? There's a link in the description. CLVR recover. No, you blew up your hard drive putting your power supply on a wood floor. No, that was just how I had to run the computer that morning because I didn't have time to put it all back together. Sorry for your loss. Rip Girk's hard drive. It's not rip. I just have to fucking replace the PCB or have somebody extract the data. And it didn't smoke or anything. I think it just blew the TSVR or whatever the fuck it's called, or TVR. I wonder if I could just like bridge the circuit and then run the hard drive. That can't be a bad thing, right? Greg Silver, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gherk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no code.
When you're updating Reddit, which sub is it under? r/pickle financial. Alex, it's the link. It's in the description. The subreddit name.
Another fucking movement. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need GME to move soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker, trade this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
For someone wouldn't one leap Jan 24-23 in the case of MOASS be enough to make 6-7 figures? And maybe. Bipolar dead? I don't know where he is. I haven't seen him in a while. I love watching wheel strategy YouTube videos where the guy's like, there's no risk getting your CSP assigned on Oatly because it's at all-time lows at $17, then checking Oatly and it being $2. That's the best thing you've ever said in here. Man. So the option chain looks bullish while the price action is bearish. Yeah. Which is what we'd expect here, right? Because long should be repositioning. One shop share, 4 Apple shares, or 30 BBBY shares. Ooh. Potential wise, I would say BBBY has the most potential out of those. Maybe shop, but not Apple. Apple's like nearing all-time highs. Sold some BBBY 2350 CSP 2 DTE. Nice one. Boeing doing something? What? What VWAP are you using on your Wyckoff chart? I took mine off and now I can't remember what it's called. Weighted VWAP. Bob P. Do you mean longs or repositioning? What do you mean longs are repositioning? Well, they got out of all of their super profitable positions and are re-entering positions now. In honor of AMC being big downs today, can we please get an AMC as a dud? No. Almost time for that GME push. Is it? How bearish is this formation? Not very. Was that time? Up 70% of my weekly CCs. Sold Monday. Think about taking those profits now and waiting for a reload on a pump later this week. Nice. Swapping a PC board is easy, but you have to be super careful to get the exact same donor hard drive, and the software revision has to be identical, or else the drive can spin wrong and cause loss. Oh, okay. Street Fighter is a mash buttons and hope to win game. No. You're accusing long institutions of not having diamond hands? They absolutely do not. Should I buy out the money, out of the money leap calls, or sell in the money leap puts? Those are very different things. Are you gonna game tonight? Probably, but I'm gonna just play TFT. Running 2 different branded graphics cards for different things, as well as Mac and PC partition with different HDDs. Don't let cords stop you. I won't. When are you buying CLVR? I already bought it. Street Fighter over the internet with lag is equivalent to button mashing. Yeah. You said 162.50 is a strong support. CSP's there free money? Not necessarily. If they're gonna tank the stock, we're gonna go down hard. The question is, do we hold this range or not? We don't know yet. We haven't traded enough volume to establish it. What the fuck is HS Battlegrounds? CLVR calls or shares? I bought calls. I mean, I guess you could buy shares. Hearthstone auto chess? Ew. It's like TFT, but better. How's it better? Blizzard's never made anything better. Blizzard just makes things easier so that, like, people that are less skilled can enjoy them more. That's like their entire, like, motivation for their game development. Is like, how easy can we make this game so we can get the broadest possible audience? No, I don't talk to Astro. He steals fucking people's DD and shit, and he seems to be like kind of a prick. Also, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Can Blizzard create their own version of the stock market so I have a chance of actually making some money? I didn't have him on stream. He like came in here once to apologize for stealing my DD and then applying it to a stock that it wasn't about, to which it does not apply. Top 3 long-term holds: O, AMD, and GME. Borrow rate 12.66. Is that up? Interesting. You can play with friends, but it's always against other people. It is free. Why would you hold AMD and not? I don't like NVIDIA. It's overpriced. Also, I've owned AMD since it was super cheap. I guess I could have bought NVIDIA back then too, but it was more money. Do you have a re-entry price target for more options? I missed the morning dump this morning because of meetings, and watch for tomorrow's dump. It's probably a good idea. Time frame best shows our current consolidation, recent run up. 1 hour, 4 hour, both of those are. Do we get the data? FTD April? Oh shit. May? End of April, beginning. Can you explain O more? It's a real estate, it's an exchange traded real estate investment trust. It just pays me money. I buy the dips. I recommend doing your research, Salik. Do you think Intel is in a similar position to AMD was at 50 with new GPU segment plus actually decent CPU? AK, do you see Intel breaking out of the range of trades? It could. It's got a huge float though. So maybe not. Thanks. SN the numbers. Docky gap filled. Nice. Thoughts on Fastenal? Is it similar to Cat? Not really sure. It could be. From a technical standpoint, or like a similar company? I highly doubt they're a similar company. The closest strike I should sell a CC at over my to go more strike up, or is usually one's fine. I mean, unless you don't want to sell your long call, in which case you would still want to choose an option that would expire. Oh, yeah. What happened with the marijuana legislation today? I don't know if the vote was today or not. Speculate as to whether you think Chewy's earnings would have fallen so badly if RC was still at the helm. I have no idea. I don't want to go back to SS. Sorry, from a technical standpoint. Maybe. I don't really think so, though. It could start to form like a long-term channel, but this just looks like a recovery. I don't really see. I mean, it's got like a solid downside support, which is good, but it's just bouncing. Like this isn't. I wouldn't say this is anything like cat at all. The value in cat is that it had fairly cheap options, and it was making like $20 moves to the up and downside for half a year. I'm gonna pull back some of my 200s while they're cheap. I'm gonna crush out into the end of the day though. Maybe I'll wait. Petition to be known as Gurkhaholics. 400, 500, 200 to 220C bot. Nice. Yeah, Elden Ring. Stream FF7? Interesting. BBBY straight down isn't concerning. Institutional sell-off? Yeah, it's, I mean, probably just shorting. I'm not super worried about it. GME is about to pop. It looks like GME is tanking. Anytime we're up, you're my friend. Whenever we go down, you're a shill. Change my mind. I understand. Why docu sad? The market's coming down, right? Just a red day. Manage your fucking emotions. People loading up on $200 weeklies on this dip. Genius. Pickle Morty, draw some lines for your friend. I doubled down on this dip at 180, but always friend. Even when red. Gambling hugs. I mean, we're falling below the support. Next one down's at 165. What do you think about 200 weeklies? It's a stupid gamble. You think we're going to bounce off this and go up? We might, but maybe not today. Consolidation after running 100%. So weird. I know, right? Do premiums jump at the end of the day? Sometimes. What do you think about selling CCs on CLVR? They're not worth very much. It's not really worth it. Any thoughts where AMD might bounce? Money? Yeah, it should have some support there. I mean, everything's just coming down with the market. It's a shitty red day. Everything's been rallying for like a week. It's not always up. Did you see BBBY earnings? 413 thoughts? None really. I'm just buying more. I borrowed a desk showing someone took 50K shares. But stonks only go up. Sure. Red is the color of FUD. No puts. Just down. No, Ivy's not really getting slammed much. We're not even at our low for the day. Fucking relax. Gotta trigger SSR for tomorrow, right? Sorry, I had to. I think we get the FTD data today or tomorrow. Guys, Ryan Cohen's trying to trigger SSR so we can get DRS more shares. God, you guys get so caught up in the bullishness that the downside is just a massive blow to your your emotional state. Fucking relax. We're still up over $100 from fucking a week ago. Jesus Christ. I wouldn't have to listen to this shit if people made money on the run. All I want is for this shit to reset and run again. I wanted to keep doing that until I'm rich. I wanted to go back under 100 so I can buy more. See, now you're thinking. Imagine if they short it just as hard again. How are we looking in the Wyckoff? Fine. Very much on track. Beautiful, actually, if I do say so myself. My my Wyckoff predictions are just look at that. It's fucking perfect. Like a textbook example. Some of us not smart. That's not a permanent condition. Fucking educate yourself. I mean, well, for most people. I sent you something in your DMs. Is it super bullish? All right. That's fucking amazing, turd. It's not officially dead. We're consolidating. Jesus fucking Christ. Look at the bull meter. Do you have any confidence in the SEC? I have confidence in them to maintain the practices which they already have in place. Do I think the SEC is going to come out and fight my battle for me? Absolutely fucking not. Do you ever get tired of answering the same questions every day? Sometimes. Can you tell me not to buy GME 250C weeklies? They're so much cheaper than they were Tuesday morning. Of course they are. Is consolidation same as puts? No. No, BBBY is not dead. Thoughts on dollar stores? Probably not a terrible investment if the economy is going to tank. Are you considering buying some high delta in the money calls to ride up from this consolidation? June's? No. Yesterday I heard you explain the halt at least 4 times. It was more than that. Then I explained it again this morning in the daily DD for those of you that missed it. GME and BBBY are not dead. Are dead, not Borat voice. Haha. Was it due to crime? No. I would buy 150 CERN puts without knowing what I'm doing. Do you think Google weather inflation recession issues better than Amazon in the near term? I'm assuming your preferences for Amazon between those two is for the longer term outlook. Yeah. Like if I had to choose, which I'm not because they're different, but if I had to choose, I would choose Amazon over Google. SEC job is to protect the status quo. Yes. Do you think CLVR had its run, or do you think it's rising again? Sorry if this was been asked. I might have missed it. It's not a short-term play. It's a couple weeks at least. It's like everyone's forgotten you took your shirt off on Monday. I know. Who owns you? Who is your master? Yeah, CLVR is a longer term play. It's, I mean, my contracts I bought earlier are doing fine. They're up 2% right now, which is very exciting. Adabit thinks it's all a crime because people trade on computers and electricity is a crime. I've seen Adabit taking advantage of electricity while he's on Rumspringa. Could you turn up the bolometer, please? I found an interesting correlation between bolometer score and the price movement. Would be better to just keep it dialed way up. Thoughts? I have no control over it. It adjusts automatically. So when do you expect us to hit 200 according to that pattern? Could be tomorrow. Could be like 6 months from now. It's a price analysis. So it analyzes price improvement. It doesn't tell you how long it takes. Maybe the market makers are locking up the options chain. Wouldn't that mean liquidation for most shorts? It can mean margin calls. But yeah, usually a move into phase E triggers calls on short positions that were established during phase B and C. What do you mean by MM's locking up the market chain? They're not filling orders or providing liquidity. Drink some water. Drink it. You're a liar. You promised MOASS this week. It's okay. I've been lied to my whole life, so I'll stay for the abuse. The margin call is coming from inside the house. Why would they be doing this? Doing what? I think you need to read the list of the SEC's duties again. Cage just became a billionaire. Thanks, Cage. So I took profits on all my options. When is a good time to get back in? I don't know. Just be patient. Jesus Christ. Like, oh, I just sold all my calls. Time to buy more. Fucking ridiculous. Okay, but why is this your fault? I need to feel better now. What do people feel bad about? Do you act surprised we're degenerates? Most of us probably started on Wall Street bets. No. Most of you started with absolutely fucking no knowledge of the market. Wall Street bets is like a step up in the levels of degeneracy. Also, they enjoy losing as much as they do winning. And still have very little knowledge. It's better. I think everyone just needs to relax. The money printing machine needs to rest like the ice cream machines at McDonald's. Exactly. This chart has violent sideways potential. Do you feel better now? I'm just throwing money I don't have into BBBY leaps, taking it out for a small loss, then throwing that money into rig, taking it out for a loss, and then throwing it into certain puts. Does anything really matter in a completely fraudulent market? Yeah, counterparty risk. What is the most important thing a beginner should learn when it comes to the stock market? Step by step, I'm asking for a friend. Disassociate all emotion from money. Then after you've completed that step, we'll talk. Cage test. Thanks, Cage. What the fuck is going on with this guy? I get aroused by the color red. Is the market for me? Maybe the bear markets. Step 1, blame others for your losses. Only possible for those with enough money. Not true. Apparently it's due to technical difficulties from CBOE. Exchanges from GDXJ to G. Huh. Is it true that the Obligations Warehouse is where Mima holds Peepaw's yearly birthday sex until it's time? It's disgusting, Seacraft. Test Ickles. Thank you, Gino Polo. CBOE, CBOE2 currently unavailable for trading options within symbol range GDXJ through due to technical problems at the exchange. IBKR bullet. Okay, cool. Weird shit's probably gonna happen. As someone who is colorblind, I'm aroused by nothing. Good. It's 22.3% IV too high to enter on CLVR too high to enter. That's why I bought Leaps, because they're a little less affected by that term bump in IV. Also, they're super cheap. Man, long time, first time. At first, I wasn't a fan. Now I'm still not a fan, but I appreciate the time and effort you put into this. Thanks for all you do. Respect. Thanks, dude. Do you manually update your bolometer? What's happening today to make you slightly bump it from earlier this morning? I didn't bump it. I have no control over the bolometer. It's uh just measured from the angle of my dangle. Inversely proportional to the beat of the meat. People really be in here like, why doesn't Girk let it MOASS? Why is your bolometer so high? Also, why are short hedge funds trying to keep us in the current channel? Go back to the game stream. Hey, first time here, can you explain internalization? It's when you boof the order flow. Just ate the spiciest sushi of my life. Bullish? Oh no, I've never had extremely spicy sushi. The only thing real in life is counterparty risk. Yeah. And theta. Don't forget theta. Sriracha's not even very hot. Talk about expected price action after CNS closes. Sure. Probably more of this. Options data is not moving because CBOE has declared that they are having issues. Why is it called a call if it doesn't have phone number? Because the shares can be called away. By the contract holder. The details, it's called Dragon's Breath. Japanese San Diego. Same. Yeah, I know your options are. It's okay. All right. Yeah, no problem, Yuns. Thanks, dude. Tried to place an option order $2 above for 200. CBOE is down right now. There's currently no options exchange for GDXJ to Google. It took away our options button. Yeah. You said CBOE downtime is spooky or standard. I've seen it before. I think the real reason you bought into CLVR is because recent high is 420. CBOE is back up. Look at that. Yes, SS will have crazy conspiracy theories today. Promise. Sus crime. imagine imagine how common this person is, and I think this is hysterical. They own like 2 to 5 shares of GameStop, and they think the entire financial system is out to fuck them. I installed my bidet and it's life changing. No matter how long MOASS takes, we'll ride into Valhalla with clean bungholes. Let's fucking go. Nice. Timothy, congratulations, man. What an accomplishment. Hey, I feel attacked by that. Super stonks seem like GME fan fiction. Actually, I have 9 shares. You ever traded the CBOE Nanos instrument? No. Where'd you get your money to initially start investing? I saved it from a job for a couple years. No. 2 shares is not like 20 billion. 2 shares is like 349.78. Like, he means where'd you get the extra money to save? Or to overtime? Well, I wouldn't call it work. It was a pretty, but I was there a lot. Hugh Lauer posted on his blog about what happened yesterday. Did he kind of just say what I said? Just found out I'm gay. Congratulations, Chip. Good for you, man. You gotta be the most arrogant person wearing a VWAP hat. Possibly. It's calling out the overall shittiness of how the system is designed. Well, it is shitty. Any upcoming collabs? I don't know. Clover 750 calls filled. Bit greedy. No, he's just turning it into an order routing thing. Wish fucking Goldman Sachs paid me money too. And I could complain about payment for order flow. Dark pools. You think Goldman Sachs would just spend that money fucking creating their own payment for order flow systems? How much does VWAP pay you for the sponsorship? It's a small salary. I mostly do it out of love. Do you think Docu will slip back into that lower channel? I'm not really concerned. It's just a red day. If the stock market were honest and simple, simple supply and demand prevailed, how much do you think a GME share would be worth right now? Like, we're talking about like where everything is fairly valued. Well, no one ever would have FOMO'd into it, so like $60. No one likes that market. That's not, fuck that market. Everyone wants to get rich off corruption and naked shorting practices, but then everyone also wants a fair and balanced system. Get the fuck out of here. You can't have both. Enjoy the corruption, revel in it. It's the best. So there would be no FOMO because no one ever would have bought the stock. DFB never would have gotten rich. People wouldn't have gotten hyped up because it squoze to $480. You're a spicy pickle today. I'm always a spicy pickle. Why would they add strikes this late in the week to a stock that's down? Don't hate popcorn, but added more strikes for weeklies today. Why? I don't know. Easier to manage the volatility on it. Everything's pointed the right way if the volume shows up. More importantly than all of that, take advantage of the. If you can always expect something to act in the shittiest way possible, it makes it easier to predict, doesn't it? Can you repeat that, please? I said take advantage of the corruption. Everything is greed and fear. Would you rather be in Google or Amazon right now? I'm in both. Turn up your microphone's input gain. You'll fix the gating issue. Like that? Maybe that'll work. When is the next cycle for FTDs? Out in April. I kid you not, there's a post on SS, 4.5 million shares in volume. Price stays between 176 and 179. Can you say securities fraud? There's a large portion of super stock that doesn't understand that not all volume is buy volume. That thinks that every share of GME owned is a share of GME held. So my favorite SS post today, SEC, Fed, and DOJ are currently investigating short hedge funds, have seized control of the market, process of documenting and processing the corrupt system for legal purposes. What? Would you wear a helmet constantly if it were considered appropriate? I mean, I'm a YouTube streamer. I could put anything on my head I wanted to, and it would be appropriate. I mean, the best one is that they think you're selling us your CCs. That never gets old. How should look the scenario that will force you to set the bolometer to 9.9? I'm going to reiterate, I have no control over the bolometer. Was this something that I hadn't talked about before? I mean, I'm on YouTube. Can I get a refund on the 250C you sold me yesterday? No, I sold it as is. Does that make me a YouTube moderator? You are. Why is everything red? Because everything was green for like 9 straight days. Wait, this is YouTube? Dumb. No, the bolometer is the leading indicator of asking me how I feel about the stock. Hey, Greg, I bought a cover call from you on eBay. When it came in the mail, it said down 55%. And I got a message from Moonwind in my inbox now harassing me. The post you just read implied that you aren't selling me your CCs. I'm only buying calls to help you out with CCs. Whose CCs am I buying then? Is everything fraudulent? Sure, Ghost of Dan. What is a unit of bullishness called? A bull bit? Sure. Is the bolometer controlled by BlackRock? I don't know who controls it. A bullcock? A unit of bullishness is known as a Mayo. Is a bull bit metric? Of course.
SS will no doubt be saying RC is planning to do a share recall, despite there being no vehicle or method for a company to do so. Shh, we don't need to explain these things. It gets people very worked up. I'm starting to think that YouTube has shadow banned me when I at you. Maybe. UVXY been hammered down in this recent bull run? I don't think so, though, because I can see you now. So maybe you're just typing in shit that YouTube won't let you type in. The Imperial units are full bulls. Is now a good time to buy into a VIX leap? No. What are the advantages of Hank and Ashi? It creates a smoothing effect of price action. So they display trends arguably better than standard candlesticks, especially on low volume. Let's say a fund has $1 billion of oligarch money under management through Caymans. Oligarchs are sanctioned and all assets frozen, including Cayman accounts. What happens to the fund? They just manage their other money? I think you've mentally shadow banned me. No. Doyle McPoyle. So does the bolometer behave like the one in Santa Claus movie where it goes up when people believe in Santa, but belief in MOASS? Maybe. Good to know, GME easy money. Which is a better example of a sunk cost fallacy? Staying with the wife because we have 2 kids, or diamond handing GME with a $300 cost basis? Would it be considered a wash sale if you use money YouTube pays you to buy Google shares? That's actually fucking awesome. $23 a good entry into BBBY? It's better than 28. It's a decent price. It's within a like $6 range of what would be cheap. How do you know whether they moved the cycles or just the one run up? Well, based on the next cycle, right? BBBY dead? I don't know. I don't think so. It's just down. BBBY on sale. That's a better way of looking at things. Thoughts on tomorrow for GME? More consolidation? What am I saying to warrant my comments getting tossed into the void? I have no idea. Super Stonks said, since you work with a BlackRock and CBOE, now I can get discounted code on calls like PiFi30 for 30% off my first CC. Thanks a lot. You considering to start selling CCs on GME soon? I already have. Do you offer a CC subscription service? I found a meme for you. Is it good? The Bulls? I don't want to liven up chat. I remember from the Golden Biscuit days. Look how far we've come. It's because you didn't play the song. No, it's because the stock price is going down. I'm not going to subject stuff into this. Is 1 billion bullbits a bullion? Interesting. Does it have a lower trend? Yeah. It's like 163. No, how is Wyckoff dead? Might be a billionaire. Are you getting stopped out of docu? I don't have a stop set. How does this price action coincide with your Wyckoff theory? Seems fine. We're here. God, always digging for hopium. Thanks, Pickle Mod fanboy. Nice food stamps. I mean, we're cooling off. Spy dead? Fell through resistance at 457. I might find some support here. Like 456.21. Is this the dip before a rip? I don't know. It's definitely a dip. Take your shirt off again. The stock liked that. That's not how that worked. I'm sort of falling asleep. We were already on SSR. Now we're just on it for tomorrow also. It doesn't impact shit. I'm not sure if shorting ETFs was ever off the menu entirely. They just had to be covered. Oh man. It's okay. We have 2 green candles now. Everyone can feel bullish again. Thanks, Rims, Tims, and Trim. Ugh. AMD entry price? I mean, it's a little more than I want to pay for it right now. I liked 100 a couple weeks ago. $120 is kind of unstable. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not great. Cena's disengaged. They're not borrowing a lot of shares today. Thanks, Brenda and Ellis Fun Adventures. What do you like better, Dollar Tree or Dollar General? Well, me and Freg have platinum memberships at Dollar General, so MJ99, thanks for becoming a Cornishon, man. I appreciate it. Thoughts on Piton as an acquisition target play? High brand loyalty for those that are still living. In Britain, it's called Pound Town. Patience. Still remember the days random Hertz commercials didn't pop up when I was watching the stream. Looks like you're getting some good traffic now. I wonder if I'll get discounts on rental cars. I don't really ever use them for anything, but I would. What would you do if Kenny Griff bought Supreme Pontiff membership? Nothing? I don't know. Buy some more stocks? The consolidation is looking more like called profit taking then tanking. This is normal. Profits are what traders want. No, that's crazy. Do you have a favorite brand of potato gun? I didn't know that there were multiple brands. Along for the days of your long, luscious locks, that membership announcement video. They're on their way back. Profits in this economy. Home Depot DIY spud gun. Do you play any indie video games? Nope. AMC puts printing like crazy. Congratulations. Shouldn't the bolometer be higher when the price is lower and very low at the top of a run? No. It is intended to capture IV spikes. I mean, they do. What exchange is best for executing options orders? CBOE, NASDAQ, NYSE. On TDA, there's a best, but that probably favors the MMs, right? It probably favors TDA. Probably CBOE. Scalp 10% on that bump. I love trading in this channel. Heading to France for a conference. Nice. Considering the price action these last few weeks, I'd prefer being at a hotel watching you Wyckoff. Thanks, dude. Always room for more. Where would we be if RC never purchased 100,000 shares on a lit exchange last week? Here. I don't know, 30 cents lower. TDA is pretty good for paper trading. It allows you to trade options, so. Best Thai dish I've ever eaten. No. I don't really like Thai food very much. And my jar, super smooth question, but do you think RC's far out of the money BBBY calls are a volatility play, or meant to be exercised, or just sold for profit on an FTD squeeze? Could be any of the above. I guess that would depend on how high it's squeezed, right? Thoughts on buying near the money covered calls roughly 1 month after Q2 in order to capture NFT platform hype, FOMO, etc. Buying near the money covered calls? What? Missed that last one. I don't know. Ko-Fi bot's not super reliable. Miss a Ko-Fi? Oh, super smooth question. Do you think RC's far? I answered that. I didn't miss any. Maybe Ko-Fi bot missed it, but I did. Riddle me this. Why the fuck don't I ever sell my calls when they are in profit? Why? I don't know. Because you always think it'll go higher? I mean, I'm not buying any more options on BBBY until I know what the deal for tomorrow is. Are buy CCs same like Moonwind profits? When do you think phase E starts? There's no way to tell. Just wait for the price action to come. It can take longer. It can be shorter. Sometimes they happen very fast. Sometimes it takes like up to a month, 2 months. Amazon looking to test 3,300 support probably tomorrow. Okay, now down 100. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm just worried about being priced out. If I sell my calls and we keep going up, that's what stock is for. Oh, is that what it is? Everyone fucking overheld again instead of taking profits? Is that what all the whininess is? Yep. Sounds about right. Seems under. Any weird news or things that happened with. I don't know. I'd have to look into it. DM me and I'll check it out later. I don't need to give any signals when I'm taking profits. Digital good time. I said it pretty clearly yesterday when after we unhalted and I was like, we got stopped out. That was it. Profits captured. My money now, not Kenny's. Fuck you, Kenny. No longer friends. But wait, we haven't crossed below. You're always like, don't get scared on halts. I mean, I got stopped out before the halt. Trailing stops will do that. I can't tell you guys when to buy and sell your positions. It's not my fucking responsibility. All I can do is teach you how to manage them well. After that, it's on you. If no one took profits and no one had stop losses, what would the price action have been like yesterday? Exactly the same, because institutions did. You were the worst financial advisor I've ever had. But you have had me, Jay Fresh. Are you the best to ever do it? No. Pretty good, though. Thanks, Manuel. Have you seen Bob Smith's new DD? I haven't, but I'm sure I'll see it later. Missed your stream. Are we broken out of the Wyckoff pattern? Not at all. 162.50 safe? Not necessarily, Moon. If they crush the run, we're going to go down. Probably below there. Are you currently still holding any deep in the money calls for GME? No, I exercised 10 contracts at 80 and everything else got stopped out. I got stopped out of half of my position at the test of 150 and the other half of my position at the test of 190. How can you tell if the entropy swap is still in place? We have to check the hedging. You'll make a good dad someday. I hope not. Hard growing up when you're in an accident. Observing whether or not the entropy stop's still in place, a good way to see the new cycle. Sure, go figure it out, Stefan, and let me know. Is this our new life now? Down $10 every day until we're back to 20? I don't know. Are you gonna buy more at 20? I will. Would it be better to hold deep in the monies until we rehit the upper band of Wyckoff? Sure. Those are moderately safer, but if you have deep in the money calls and the price drops, you're gonna lose a shitload of money. So while they're not super affected by small price fluctuations, they're very similar to the underlying shares on large price fluctuations because they have a high delta value. With those exercised, how many total shares of GME do you have? A bunch. My dad told me I was an accident every day, and now I have crippling esteem issues. Don't worry, everyone. Dave Lauer's looking into yesterday's events. If you have to buy shares of Robinhood or eat a pizza with pineapple on it, what would you do? What do you two choose? I'd buy shares of Robinhood. Long-term shorts haven't been hedged. I thought they packaged them to a loan or they average them up. I mean, they do both. I mean, if they shorted at 190, those shorts are already up $30 a share, right? 20. You're not an accident anymore. Thanks, Cellmaker. Sorry to hear that, kind of huge. I feel like Elliott Wave guy got burned again. First in CCs, then buying 250C weeklies yesterday. Has he made a good call yet? I mean, inverse Elliott Wave guy seems to be profitable. Do you feel the Wyckoff conviction stronger when we're in periods of high volatility and volume, such as now? I mean, the volume should dwindle, but we should stay in the same price range. I would probably be a pretty shitty parent. And if I had a child, it would definitely be an accident. Is there a cash for clunkers program for options? A coincidence? I think you're a better father than you realize. No. Missed the Elden Ring stream. Which class did you pick? I don't know. Some sort of wizard. He's got a staff. How are we looking on the Wyckoff chart? About the same we were looking, like it was looking like fucking 15 minutes ago. But keep panicking. It helps. I tried to talk to my dad about options. He just stared at me all confused. You're a way better dad. Are you an accident? Did your mom get pregnant from a public toilet seat like my wife did? I'm infertile, so that is how we know it happened that way. Yeah, that sounds. I was immaculately conceived, actually. So still no choice, but you know. You know any housing ETFs that would drop in case of a bubble bursting? All of them? All of the real estate ETFs? Did your dad treat you as an accident? I didn't really know him, so no. In your opinion, is this run over? I think we're just consolidating after moving up $100. The pickling happens throughout life. You're born a cucumber. I once had bright eyes and optimism. Where's trash? You know, if I just move the screen up, you don't have to watch the dip. You rang? What's up, trash? Oh, you can still see the numbers? I'm sorry. Is that better? I'm allergic to being a mod. I woke up and my face is all puffy. No, that was from that shitty hotel. I told you. They don't wash the sheets. Move it. Interesting. It seems the wild cucumber goes through some sort of transformation into this mature pickle form due to exposure to extreme salt in his environment. SSR or SSRIs, they both create flaccidity. Yeah, that's a word. Please, some words of reassurance for trades. He's desperate. I heard he tried taking his shirt off, but he didn't understand the timing. This is the magic carpet slide. What time FTD data dropped for BBBY? Later? 166.62. It's not so bad. No, don't talk about the fact that we're up like 100%. Ding ding. You guys did it. You made it through. Congratulations. $166.85. What price tomorrow? Hopefully higher. Maybe a little lower though. Can we see the Wyckoff before you go? Is it going to make you comfortable for the night? Fine. Let's zoom in on it hard. Looks okay, right? Not even close? Oh, don't worry. We can spend tomorrow trading down into the lower part of this channel. What? Amazing. I don't know how this works, but I love it. That was a smiley face. Show it going up to 200 again, please. All right, guys. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a good night. Oh, I'm gonna play games later, but I may not stream it. I don't know. We'll see. If you want to know about it, I'll post it on the Discord.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.